Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Good afternoon, honorable members.
Recording in progress.
Let me take this opportunity and welcome you to the sitting. And I will also like to take this opportunity and welcome the special delegates that have joined us in this sitting. I know that later on we will also be joined by Minister of Health, Honorable Motsoaledi, and he is accordingly welcome to the meeting, and also our guests that are invited. May I request that we take this opportunity and observe a moment of silence or meditation and prayer. Thank you very much. I accordingly would like to take this opportunity and remind all the delegates that Rule 103 of our rules shall apply in this sitting. I will now allow an opportunity to delegates to give notices of motions. I have received a list. There are only 2 members that have indicated that they will be giving notices of motion today. The first member would be Honorable B.S. Mabibo from Northwest. Over to you, Honorable Mabibo. Honorable Mabibo, I've invited you. Is Honorable Mabibo here with us? He is not with us, and I will then proceed to the next member. The next motion, notices of motion, is in the name of Honorable Lekwase. I'm now inviting Honorable Lekwase to make.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I here move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates the agency moody affirmation of South Africa's sovereign long-term foreign and local currency debt rating and has maintained its stable outlook on the country. The National Treasury said, according to Moody's, this decision reflected South Africa's credit strength from effective core institutions such as the judiciary and the central bank, and a robust deep financial sector with a solid external position. I so move, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lekwase. We have noted the motion, and accordingly, it will be printed in full in the next order paper. That would be all for now, honorable members. In the absence of Honorable Mabibo, we will now proceed to the motions without notice. I do have the speakers list who have indicated that they will be giving the motions without notice today. I will start with the first speaker, who is Honorable Fenis from Northern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you as the Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House, 1, note that a Cape Town lawyer was sentenced in the Wynberg Regional Court for exploiting street children, paying them amounts of 100 rand for sexual deeds. The second one, also note that Theo Hartzenberg, former legal aid attorney, was convicted on charges of statutory rape, sexual exploitation of a child, and engaging in sexual services of a person younger than 18 years in February. Number 3, acknowledge and congratulate the prosecutor, Ms. Jacqueline Afeli, for the sterling work of successfully bringing the pedophile to book. 4, please that the court order this name to be added to the National Child Protection Register and be included in the National Register of Sex Offenders. Number 5, call on judiciary officers not to let sentences of statutory rape and sexual exploitation of children run concurrently, as this allows perpetrators to leave prison much earlier. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. Is there any objection to the motion?
No.
No objection. The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. We are now moving on to Honorable Peter. Is Honorable Peter on the platform?
It looked like Rebecca is offline, Chair.
No, thank you very much. We are now moving on to Honorable Sibande.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson and the colleagues. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes that South Africa joins the world on the occasion of celebrating World AIDS Day on 1st December. Also notes that as a country, under the leadership of the African National Congress, we succeeded in stopping mother-to-child transmission and the stigmatization of HIV and AIDS. Further notes that we have succeeded in reducing infection by promoting awareness and the provision of ARVs. Therefore, call on the government to continue with programs aimed at lending a hand to those living with HIV and AIDS as we build our own humanity. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibande. I see you've got a picture of your son. He's handsome, huh?
It's me.
He reminds you in your days. That was on a lighter note. Honorable members, do you agree with the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed.
The motion
Agreed.
is agreed to. Agreed. Thank you very much, honorable members. I'm now moving to Honor van den Berg.
Baie dankie, voorsitter. Sonder vorige kennisname wil ek namens die Vryheidsfront Plus party hierdie huis in kennis stel dat die bekende Afrikaanse sanger Jean du Plessis, beter bekend as Jan Bloukaas, gister sy stryd teen kanker verloor het. Jan was vir alle Suid-Afrikaners wat gewikkeld is in dieselfde stryd 'n goeie voorbeeld in terme van vegkrag, geloof en aanvaarding. Jan kon sy laaste album by name God Kan 1 week voor sy afsterwe met behulp van verskeie kunstenaars vrystel en die inkomste van die album sal aan kankerleiers geskenk word. Du Plessis was deurgangs deur sy ouers Daan en Rosel versorg en ons wil graag voorstel dat die raad ons medelee aan hulle oordra. Ek stel so voor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member van den Berg. Honorable members, do you agree to the motion?
Agree, Chairperson.
The motion is being agreed to. Thank you very much. We are now moving to Honorable Nonkonyana. Honorable Nonkonyana, it's your turn.
Chairperson, Chairperson and honorable members, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress.
Honorable Nonkonyana, can we request you to have your video on when you speak? If you could just switch on your video as well.
Yes. Is it
Thank you very much. We can see you. You can proceed, Nkosi yami.
is it not on? Chair.
Enkosi, i-on, siyakubona
Honorable
ngoku,
Chairperson.
Nkosi yami.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House, noting one, the critical significance of the group of 20 countries as one of the multilateral developmental forums in the evolving multipolar world regime. Two, that the permanent seat of the African Union in the G20 is a culmination of the struggles for the reform and transformation of the current multilateral institutions to integrate the African continent and the developing countries. Believing that the presidency of President Ramaphosa does not only represent South Africa and the African continent, but the entire developing countries of the South. Therefore, congratulate the President and South Africa on the presidency of this powerful forum that plays a catalytic role in the global development and addresses inequality between nations. I so move, Chair.
Nkosi yami. Honorable members, do we agree with the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed.
As so agreed to. Thank you very much.
Agreed, yeah.
We are now moving to Honorable Zulu.
Chair, with your permission, allow me to speak with my video off, please. I have a challenge since yesterday. With your permission, Chair. I have a video challenge. It's
Okay.
questionable, in fact, yes. Thank you very much, Chair.
Don't
Honorable
politicize
Chairperson.
it. Just say that you have a challenge with your video. There's nothing questionable. You can proceed. I allow you since you have a challenge. You can proceed, Honorable
Okay,
Zulu.
thank you very much,
Thanks.
Chairperson. Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, members of the House, I move without a notice on behalf of the MK Party that the Council notes the ongoing operational challenges at the Libombo and Beitbridge border ports. The Border Management Authority is unable to predict the processing of trucks and passengers during the festive season due to the volatile situation in parts of Mozambique. The Mpumalanga government has raised the safety concerns about illegal border crossing with the national government. These border issues contributed to illegal activities in South Africa, including the sale of illegal goods in spaza shops, illegal mining, and drug trafficking. Without resolving these resourcing challenges, effective border management will remain unattainable. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. Honorable members, do we agree with the motion?
Agreed.
The motion is agreed to. Thank you. We are now moving.
It's difficult. because it's not clear.
Pardon? Honorable Nonkonyen?
Saying I could not hear him, was checking. I didn't hear all, but if the other members heard, it's
Chair,
checking. I didn't hear. It's fine.
Honorable Nonkonyen, you seem to be having a network challenge as well because we can't hear you clearly now. You were quite audible earlier on, but just now with you are cutting as you are speaking. The motion has been agreed to. Thank you very much. We are now moving on to Honorable Noah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, and all members on the platform. Honorable Chair, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to submit a motion without notice that the House note a significant milestone honoring the stalwart of the struggle and Pan-Africanist Robert Sobukwe, who will be commemorated on Thursday, the 5th December at Lit Culture venue in Brixton, Johannesburg. Also note that Lit Culture's Cotterville Academic Publishers and Lapa Project Space will jointly host the launch of One Race, the legacy of Robert Sobukwe. Further note, the event will also mark the centenary of Sobukwe's birth 100 years later after his birth, and it promises to be a critical occasion for intellectual reflection on the enduring legacy of this remarkable figure. Therefore, congratulate all those involved in commemorating this important milestone in the history of our country. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Noah. Is there any objection to this motion?
Agree to?
The motion has been
Agree to,
duly
Chair.
agreed to. Thank you
No
very
objection.
much, honorable members.
Agree to.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The motion has been duly agreed to. I'm now moving on to the next member, Honorable Mukwena.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, members of the House, I hereby move notice on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party that the Council acknowledges the successful handover of the bridge over the weekend in Mlaba village in Hammersdale, KZN. For many years, the communities of Ward 4 and Ward 5 have been affected by the lack of a bridge to cross over a river that connects these wards in Phase 3. Children were unable to attend school during periods of heavy rain and when rivers were dangerously full. The community has been raising concerns about the need for a bridge in the area, and many attempts to secure funding for the construction of this much-needed bridge were unsuccessful. And with the intervention of the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, particularly Matthew Meyiwa Zone, sufficient funds were raised to complete this project. The completion of the bridge marks a pivotal moment of the community, as it will now be a safe passage for children and families to ensure that they no longer have to navigate dangerous conditions during adverse weather. The community can now look forward to brighter days ahead, united and connected by the essential need. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mukwena. Is there any objection to the motion?
No, it's in order, Chair. I don't know whether
100%
it's
agreed.
The motion
Agreed.
is agreed to.
100% agreed, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We are now moving to the last one, which is from Honorable Feni.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House note the settlement agreement between Minister of Basic Education and Solidarity Union on the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act 2 Also note that during the public signing of the bill, President Ramaphosa announced his decision to delay the implementation date for section number 3. Further note that the agreement between the minister and Solidarity has no bearing on the inclusive multi-party discussions that are underway on sections 4 and 5 of the Act. Lastly, call on the parties within government of unity to observe and uphold established protocol to deal with matters of policy divergence. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Feni. Is there any objection to the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Object.
Agreed.
Object.
Is
Object,
duly-
Chair.
Yes.
Agree to.
Object,
The
Chair.
motion is duly
Object.
adopted. Thank you.
Chairperson,
No,
object.
Chairperson.
Pardon?
Object.
Objection.
Honorable Bailey.
The motion is defeated. Thank you very much, honorable members. We are now moving to the next order of the day, which is the motion that has been called by our Chief Whip. I now want to take this opportunity and invite the Chief Whip to read the motion that is on the order paper.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself and to honorable members on the platform. Chair, I rise on behalf of the whip that the council resolves that the rule 2181, which provides inter alia that the consideration of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have lapsed since the committee's report was tabled, be suspended for the purpose of consideration of the following bills. 1, Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, number B13 of 2024. 2, the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill, number B16 of 2024. 3, Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill, number B17 of 2024. D, Revenues Laws Amendment Bill, number B13, 2024. E, Rates and Monetary Amounts Amendment Bill, number B15 of 2024. 6, the Global Minimum Tax Bill, number B20 of 2024. And lastly, a Global Minimum Tax Administration Bill, number B21 of 2024. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip, for tabling the motion. We now proceed to the voting on the motion. I shall put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. Before we proceed to the voting, I want to afford any province that wants to make a declaration in terms of Section 86 may do so within 3 minutes. You can just indicate by shouting if there is any province that would like to make a declaration, and I will note you as such. I see the hand of Honorable Badenhorst. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are continuously waiving this rule. So either the rule must change in our rules or the Money Bills Amendment Procedure Act should change. And therefore, the Western Cape will abstain and not vote for or against. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, the heads of delegates must indicate whether they vote in favor or against or they abstain. And accordingly, I will start with the province of Eastern Cape. Honorable Nonkonyane.
Honorable
members, the Eastern Cape, the province of the legends, support the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nonkonyane. I'm now moving to Free State, Honorable Dlamini.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. The Free State support or vote in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. I'm now moving to the province of Gauteng, Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. Vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable Billy from KZN.
Chairperson, on behalf of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we support the motion.
Thank you very much. We're now moving to the province of Limpopo, Honorable Mukwili.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. Before I declare, I'm requesting that I've got a problem with the video. Where I am, I've got the problem of the network. Can the chair allow me to say without the video?
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. You can proceed. We know that usually your network is unstable there, but we can hear you can proceed.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, honorable members. Chairperson, as Limpopo, we are voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukuli. We are now moving to the province of the Rising Sun, Honorable Numalo.
My humble greetings to you, Honorable Chairperson and other members present here. Chairperson, on behalf of Mpumalanga, the province of the Rising Sun.
Can you switch on your video? I saw you tried to switch it on. You thought maybe you switched
yes, I thought.
Yes,
no,
you switched it
giving,
back.
okay.
Yeah, now you're fine now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. On behalf of Mpumalanga province, we are voting in favor. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Numalo. We are now moving to Northern Cape, Honorable Mabilo.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the Northern Cape, we vote in favor. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabilo. I'm now with the province of Northwest.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable
Yes, thank you very much.
can you request that you switch on your video?
Yeah, I was going to request you to allow me to speak without switching on my video because I'm on the road traveling back. If you allow me, I can continue.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon, Mr. Gupta, and honorable members on the platform. I vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stole. We are now moving to the province of Western Cape, Honorable Badenhorst.
Honorable Chair, the Western Cape will abstain.
No, thank you very much. The voting is now closed. Honorable members, 8 provinces have voted in favor and 1 province has abstained. Accordingly, I declare the motion as agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, honorable members. We will now proceed to the next order of the day. The first order is the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Social Services oversight visit to the Western Cape Province on the 24th and the 25th of October 2024. I now call upon the chairperson, Honorable Finis, who's the chairperson of the Select Committee on Social Services, to present the committee report.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby table the report of the Select Committee on Social Services oversight visit to the Western Cape on 24 and 25 October 2024. On 24 and 25 October 2024, the Select Committee on Social Services undertook an insightful oversight visit to the Western Cape Province. This initiative is consistent with Section 72 of the Constitution of South Africa 1996, which empowers the National Council of Provinces to facilitate public engagement within the legislative framework, including oversight mandates. The committee's role is rooted in the Constitution, which lays a foundation for it to oversee the executive. The visit was conceived with the intention of fostering collaboration with the Western Cape Provincial Government to identify both the strengths and areas for improvement in the services offered by non-profit organizations and the government, specifically in relation to the older persons. To achieve this, the committee engaged with several centers and health facilities to evaluate the initiatives managed by Department of Social Development and the Department of Health Provincial. This oversight endeavor is particularly relevant as the committee contributes to the legislative discourse surrounding the Older Persons Amendment Bill. The bill is designed to ensure that older persons are afforded high-quality services and adequate societal protections, including access to community-based and residential care facilities. It introduces updated definitions and frameworks for monitoring and evaluating services for this demographic, along with provisions that enable the temporary safe care for older persons without requiring a court order. Furthermore, the bill aims to reinforce implementation and compliance measures while enhancing clarity through textual amendments. During the visit, the committee focused on key areas within the Cape Winelands District Municipality, notably Worcester, Wellington, and Paarl, as well as the City of Cape Town Metropolitan Municipality, Somerset West. The committee conducted site inspections of the Macron Clinic and Helderberg Hospital under the Department of Health and engaged with various non-profit organizations supported by the Department of Social Development, such as the Klein Begin Service Center, Kaleidoscope Assisting Living, Gemoedsrus Service Center, and the Western Cape Forum for Older Persons. The committee also visited the RCV Huis Ver Genoeg Service Center and an independent living facility that serves the needs of the older individuals. The insights presented in this report are based on comprehensive briefings from the departmental officials, center managers, and hospital administration, which included informative PowerPoint presentations prior to the site visits. These briefings facilitated constructive discussions, allowing committee members to pose relevant questions and delve deeper into the topics raised. The report aims to convey key observations and challenges noted during the oversight visits, reflecting a commitment to enhancing the well-being of older persons in the Western Cape Province. The committee has conducted a thorough review and reached several important conclusions regarding the enhancement of the projects evaluated. Key recommendations include the necessity of improved intergovernmental relations to facilitate better coordination of interventions and activities. Civil society organizations require more cohesive support from all departments, particularly in areas concerning older persons, including their health, safety, and prevention of abuse. It is essential to implement comprehensive monitoring and reporting to track progress effectively. In light of these findings, the Select Committee on Social Services will continue to oversee the identified projects to ensure their success. This report is submitted for consideration before the House. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall now afford provinces an opportunity to make their declaration if there is any province that would like to make a declaration. Okay, I see Honorable Badenhorst as well as Honorable Mukwili will be the second one. The last one would be Honorable Feni from Eastern Cape, in that order.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, I'd like to express the Western Cape's general acceptance of this report. However, on behalf of the Western Cape, I must raise concerns regarding the procedural shortcomings in communicating the formal notice to the Western Cape NEC. The late and unclear notice sent only on the 14th of October 2024 posed unnecessary challenges in terms of preparation and scheduling. Regrettably, this led to unprofessional behaviour from the Select Committee's executive, resulting in unpleasant conflicts in front of officials and stakeholders. Despite these challenges, the Western Cape Department demonstrated exceptional cooperation, ensuring that officials provided high-quality feedback and presentations. Their meaningful contributions to the process are noteworthy. It's essential to acknowledge that this experience seems counterproductive to the oversight process. Unfortunately, it appears to be politically driven, aiming to discredit the Western Cape as a DA-run province. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mukwili, can you make your declaration?
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. As I've already apologized because of the network, if you allow me. Chairperson, as Limpopo province, we definitely we are supporting the report, but there is some of the disclaimer that I want to put in. There is some of the disclaimer that I want to put in, Chairperson, if you can just allow me to give some few minutes, that indeed, as the Select Committee, we had a very successful tour, but indeed, as a Select Committee, there is a concern that we have raised, that we never been received by the MEC who are having executive authority. I'm just disappointed by the comment from Honorable Badenhorst because he was not part and parcel of that. Of that oversight committee. As members of oversight committee, all of us, we have shown respect because indeed there was no any conflict. During the oversight, we went there. Unfortunately, we were supposed to get briefing from the MECs of social development and the MEC of health, but it was unfortunate that we never get anyone except that they've sent us the junior officials. But because as a responsible oversight committee, we also know what we wanted in that provinces. We then agree, all of us as members of the State Committee, that despite that we never get a briefing from the person with executive committee, we are going to proceed with oversight. But safe to say, honorable members and honorable chairperson, we had a very successful oversight because as members as members of the committee, we managed to get what we wanted to get. From our oversight role. So that is why I'm saying that, despite the disclaimer that I wanted to indicate to the committee, is that all of us, including those that they've sent, we went up until the last up until the last destination where we were supposed to be in oversight. That is why I'm still saying that, despite that disclaimer, we are supporting the report because we managed to get what we want, and we are saying that as the Select Committee, we are still going to engage with the respective members of executive committee, executive council responsible for the health and social development, so that we can just
Can you wind up, Honorable Mukwili, as you come to your conclusion?
So as I conclude, Chairperson, as the province, despite what I've indicated, that we are supporting the report as presented. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukwili. I'm now moving to the last province, which is the province of Eastern Cape. Honorable Feni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The province of the Eastern Cape, the home of elections, do support the report as presented by the chairperson of the select committee of what conspired when the visit to that particular province were taken place. However, we want to highlight that as a was not just a mere tour, but a collaboration between the committee and the government of the Western Cape, provincial government, to ascertain the strength and gaps in services provided by, amongst others, non-profit organizations and the government to address matters affecting older person. However, we must raise it in this meeting that we were so disappointed by the conduct of the MEC to behave that the Western Cape province is an island somewhere outside of this country. And this behavior must not be tolerated, as it is disadvantage majority of the people who are staying in that province, because some of the political issues that should have been addressed there with the political head, which is the MEC, should have been dealt with by the committee itself and also with the MEC, with an understanding of the broader challenges that are affecting the Western Cape government. Therefore, in support of this report, we must raise it and submit it to this House that conduct cannot be a conduct that continues unattended, Honorable Chairperson, because it is going to defeat the government of the national unity that the 7th administration under the leadership of President Ramaphosa seeks to achieve with all provinces, all the people of this country, to build a united nation. ANC support this report, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Feni. But before we proceed to the votes, Honorable members, I must indicate that in your declaration, you were basically raising fundamental work-related issues which needs to be ironed out, because we have to exercise maximum discipline and also make sure that there is maximum collaboration between NCOP and also the provinces. And each sphere needs to respect one another. We note the concerns that have been raised by the three speakers that have spoken. It's clear indicative that there is something that went wrong. And it's a matter that I guess at this point in time, what I would say is that we'll have to get a report from the chairperson as to what transpired, and then we'll take it from then as the executive authority. What is it that ought to be done to ensure that there is maximum collaboration and cooperation amongst ourselves, because we're doing that in the interest of the people that we are representing. Having said that, I will take the discussion with the chairperson to indicate exactly what could have possibly gone wrong I heard the concerns as they were raised at this point in time. Accordingly, we'll get the report in that regard. I now, honorable delegates, put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. I'm now calling for the voting on the question, and I now call upon the provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, the heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or they abstain. I will once again start with the province of Eastern Cape. Inkosi Nonkonyane.
Chairperson, honorable members, thank you to our leadership of the committee. The Eastern Cape has no hesitation in supporting the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nkosiam. Free State, Honorable Dlamini.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Free State rise to support and vote in favor of the report. Thanks.
Honorable Mananiso from Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng rise to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. KwaZulu Natal, Honorable Billy.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of KZN, we support the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Billy. Honorable Mukwili, Limpopo.
Thank you, Chairperson. At Limpopo, we support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ngumalo from Mpumalanga.
Chairperson, thank you very much. As in Mpumalanga, we are in full support of the report. I'm struggling to open my video. Sorry for that. Thank you.
No problem, honorable member. Honorable Northern Cape, Honorable Mabilo.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. As the Northern Cape, we fully support the report. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sitole, Northwest.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As we are in support.
Thank you. Honorable Badenhorst, Western Cape.
Chair, the Western Cape will support.
Thank you very much. We've now closed the voting, honorable members. All provinces have unanimously agreed to the report, and accordingly, we declare the report as adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, honorable member. We are now moving to the second order of the day, which is the consideration of Division of Revenue Amendment Bill and the report of the Select Committee on Appropriation thereon. I now call upon Honorable Lehwase, who's the chairperson of the Select Committee on Appropriation, to present the committee report. Over to you, Honorable Lehwase.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members, permanent and special delegates present here today, fellow South Africans, Kiali Dumedis. Honorable Chairperson, it is my pleasure and privilege to table this report before the NCOP, which is the report on the Division of Revenue Amendments Bill, which is B13 of 2024 on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations. Honorable Chairperson, let me start by thanking all members of the committee to have unanimously adopted the committee report. Upon the referral of the bill from the National Assembly to the NCOP, the committee, together with the provincial portfolio committees on both finance or treasury, received a briefing from the National Treasury on the 14th of November 2024. Honorable chairpersons and members, delegates briefed their respective provinces on the 27th of November 2024, and the committee received provincial negotiating mandates on the 29th of November 2024, and final voting mandates on the 3rd of December 2024. In compliance with Section 72, subsection 1 and 2 of the Constitution, and Section 9, subsection 5B of the Money Bills Act, the committee ensured that public participation process was conducted on the bill. To this end, advertisements calling for public submissions were published on the parliamentary website and in print media in all 11 official languages. Chairperson, in response, the committee received public submissions from the Congress of South African Trade Unions, Lifa la Bantwana, Amandla Mobi, Section 27, Equal Education and Equal Education Law Center. Apart from the Budget Justice Coalition and Western Cape Commissioner, all other stakeholders made oral presentation to the committee on the 21st of November. In accordance with Section 214, subsection 2 of the Constitution and Section 10, subsection 4 of the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act number 97 of 1997, the committee consulted with FFC, SALGA, and PBO. The committee then made the following observations and recommendations. We recommended that the Minister of Finance should gazette the Division of Revenue Bill once it is signed into law and further ensure that National Treasury continues to assist all provinces and municipalities where additional resources may be allocated to build proper financial management capacity and internal control measures to safeguard those allocations to ensure that value for money is realized, failing which the necessary consequence management must be implemented. We further recommended that National Treasury, together with provincial treasuries, should continue to strengthen and improve their early warning, monitoring, and oversight measures for conditional grants spending through monthly expenditure reports. The National Treasury should further strengthen its regular and quarterly expenditure reports, which are presented to the Standing and Select Committees on Appropriations in Parliament. The committee believes that these reports are critical in enabling these two committees to conduct in-year monitoring over their executive. The Department of Basic Education, together with the Eastern Cape Department of Education, should within 60 days after the adoption of this report, develop a clear plan to ensure that 36 million rands rollover amount of school infrastructure backlogs grants for projects under Sanitation Appropriate for Education initiative for schools is spent according to approved plans and value for money is realized, and that all pit latrines in schools are eradicated. Moreover, the committee believes that the proposed measure between education infrastructure grant and the SIBG should not compromise the performance targets of eradicating pit latrine toilets at schools. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform, together with its provincial counterparts, should within 60 days of the adoption of this report, develop specific measures to ensure that the proposed measure between Limaletsema grant and the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program grant does not compromise the objectives and performance targeted for each grant, which were meant to achieve a specific purpose, including realization of the National Development Plan aspirations. The Department of Transport, together with its provincial counterparts, should within 90 days after the adoption of this report, develop clear measures to ensure that 300 million rands for taxi relief fund as part of the efforts to formalize the industry is effectively spent to address all the administrative, compliance, and passenger safety issues. Most importantly, the transport sector should also address the issues of minibus taxis, operating licenses, and route conflicts, which causes tensions and negatively impacts on commuters and other road users. Chairperson and members, we also recommended that the Department of Basic Education should, within 60 days after the adoption of this report, develop a clear plans to ensure efficient and improved expenditure on the Early Childhood Development Grant to improve the rollout of the ECD program, including infrastructure and subsidy. The committee believes that proper interventions at the foundation phase are crucial to improve performance in education, particularly in areas such as reading, writing, and numeracy. We further recommended that the Department of Corporate Governance and its provincial counterparts should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report, develop a clear plan to ensure that additional 684 million rands for the municipal disaster recovery grants to restructure and rehabilitate the municipal infrastructure damaged by floods in December 2023 and July 2024 is spent for the intended purpose, and that the disaster rapid response is properly funded and available immediately when the need arises. especially in provinces where disasters and floods occur more often. Members, we also recommended that the Department of Corporate Governance and its provincial counterparts should, within 60 days of the adoption of this report, develop a plan to avoid fruitless and wasteful expenditure by ensuring that 29 million rands rolled over in the Municipal System Improvement Grant for the development of Smart Cities Framework, Capital Expenditure Framework, Data Management Project, and Record Management is effectively and efficiently spent before the end of the 2024-25 financial year. The Department of Corporate Governance and SALGA should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report, develop a clear fast track to implement the resolutions of the symposium held with small businesses to outline interventions to address local government challenges, and furthermore, they should ensure that supply chain management processes are infused into local economic development, including the adoption of a clear supplier development program for everybody who does business with municipalities. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Corporate Governance and its provincial counterparts should ensure, and SALGA should ensure that the coalition framework for local government is adopted and supported to address both political and administrative instability in local government. However, SALGA should strengthen and improve its oversight training for its members, particularly for municipal public accounts committees, as most of them are still struggling with internal capacity to conduct investigations to pursue consequence management. We further recommended that the department should expedite the process to finalize the legislative framework to address the implementation challenges of both Section 100 and Section 139 interventions to ensure that the outcome of process are clearly defined and remains objectively implemented to achieve the intended purpose. The committee believes that any intervention that is implemented in local or provincial government should bring about administrative improvement. The Department of Corporate Governance and its provincial counterparts should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report, develop clear plans to ensure that the projected underspending of 2 billion in local government is addressed, and that the affected municipality provide the necessary remedial action plans to ensure that it does not occur in future. The committee believes that any unspent funds continue to undermine the NDP goals and further disadvantage the poor and marginalized who are dependent on the municipal services. Lastly, Honorable Chairperson, the committee agreed that there's a need to address local government capacity challenges. The Department of Corporate Governance, together with its provincial counterparts and SALGA, should ensure that most qualified and experienced professionals are appointed in all municipalities to improve municipal administration and performance. And the sector should always ensure that SALGA's advice is considered during recruitment processes, particularly the senior positions, and that SALGA's participation in the process adds value and is not just a formality. In conclusion, Chairperson, I wish to thank all the members of the committee, all the members of the provincial finance or treasury committees, all the stakeholders that came before the committee and make their submission, not forgetting the effort that is put by the support staff of the committee, and further recommend to the House that the bill be adopted without amendments. Thank you very much, Chair.
Malibongwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwase, for a well-delivered report. We are now affording an opportunity to the provinces to make declaration of the votes in terms of Rule 86. Those provinces who want to do so, they may do so by raising their hands. Accordingly, I see the hand of Honorable Numalo from Mpumalanga.
Chair, sorry, I've just lost my hand-raising function, so just so you know,
Okay.
Western Cape as
Now
well,
that's
please.
fine. Honorable Badenhorst, you'll then be the second one. Honorable Numalo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My humble greetings to you and all the members that are present. Chairperson, on the issue of consideration of a taxation amendment, we as the committee, we said that the amendment must introduce significant update to South African tax legislation, targeting economic modernization, environmental sustainability, and tax administration. The bill introduced critical amendment which seek to position the South African economy at a competitive product on electricity vehicle. This will contribute to the green industrialization of the economy, and we believe that this will enable the beneficiation of critical mineral in South Africa and the development of a battery industrial, which will increase our global trade and serve as a domestic market. Chairperson, I'm not too sure as to whether I'm audible.
Can you hold on, Honorable Numalo? I see somebody was raising Honorable Kwase, but you are audible, Honorable Member.
Okay.
Yes, Chairperson. I'm rising to indicate that maybe the member is reading a declaration on the wrong order of the proceedings. We are still on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bills.
Yes, yes.
Oh, yes, okay. All right, no, it's fine. Let me lower my hand for now. I was a little bit
forward.
Forward.
Thank
Sorry
you, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Numalo. I'm now inviting Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. It always helps you write your own stuff. Honourable Chair, the Western Cape rejects the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill for 2024. The adjustment is not sufficiently compensated for the pre-election above-inflation salary increase granted to public servants. The previous government made a commitment on behalf of the current government with no thought to the consequences. The nationally agreed to salary increase placed a financial burden on provinces for which we had not yet been compensated. The increase in cost of employees has a direct impact on the funds available for actual service delivery to the people living in our province. It is common cause that the population growth in the Western Cape has been happening at a far higher rate than that of any other province, as desperate South Africans flock to the well-run Western Cape seeking better opportunities and a better quality of life. With our confirmed lowest unemployment rates and track record of excellent service delivery in both local and provincial spheres of government, it is no wonder people keep arriving in their droves. This places massive pressure on service delivery and on the infrastructure underpinning the delivery of these services. The provincial and municipal equitable share has not made adequate adjustments to cater for this influx. Treasury has agreed that this is indeed the case during the negotiating mandate process. The matter of equitable share is further exacerbated by the inadequacies of the 2022 census, which has returned a set of statistics that are so patently and obviously incorrect as to place the decision-making of government at risk for at least the next 10 years. Honourable members, if we do not have an accurate assessment of needs and pressure points, we cannot as government make informed decisions to guide the development and resultant spending in our communities. The Western Cape welcomes the comprehensive review of the conditional grants announced in Chapter 4 of the MTBPS and urges for consultation in this regard going forward, with a view to an improved model of funding provinces. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. We are now proceeding to the voting. I'm now going to request the provinces to cast their vote. Accordingly, I will start with the province of Eastern Cape.
Chair and honourable members, the Eastern Cape supports.
Thank you very much, that is it. Honourable Dlamini.
Thanks, Chair. Free State support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng supports.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mananiso. Honourable Billy.
Thank you, Chairperson. KZN supports.
Thank you very much, Honourable Billy. Honourable Limpopo. Honourable Numalo.
Thank you very much, Mpumalanga support.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mabilo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The Northern Cape is in full support of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sithole.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Sithole, your network is not so good. You are breaking.
No, it's just have answered earlier that I'm on the road. I don't know if I'm honorable enough for
We can hear you now. Please find a place where you can be seated and be stable, Honorable Sithole, so that you can follow you. Can you vote on behalf of the province?
No, Honorable Chairperson, as Northwest, we are in full support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sithole. Honorable Badenhorst.
Honorable Chair, the Western Cape rejects the support, the report and the bill.
Okay, thank you very much. The vote is now closed, honorable members, and accordingly, 8 provinces have voted in favor of the report, except the Western Cape, which rejected the province, and accordingly, the report has been unanimously adopted by the House, with an exception, of course, of it's actually adopted by the majority, with an exception of Western Cape. Then I declare the report, the bill being agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We're now proceeding to the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and the 7th and the 8th order of the day. We'll now proceed to the 3rd, to which reads, that is the consideration of the Taxation Law Amendment Bill, Section 77, and the report of Select Committee on Finance. The second order being the Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill, and the report of Select Committee on Finance thereon. And the third one being the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, and the report of Select Committee on Finance thereon. And the fourth one being the Rates and Monetary Amounts Amendment Bill, and the report of Select Committee on Finance. The fifth one being the Global Minimum Tax Bill, and the report of the Select Committee of Finance thereon. And thank you, honorable members. And the last one being the Global Maximum Tax Administration Bill, and the report of Select Committee on Finance thereon. I now call upon Honorable Ndlovu, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance, to present the committee report. Honorable Ndlovu, you've got 15 minutes to do that. Over to you.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chief of the Council.
Chairperson.
Honorable Ndlovu, Honorable Ndlovu, Honorable Ndlovu, Honorable Ndlovu, Honorable Ndlovu. We hardly can hear anything from you, and can I request you that you switch off the video as well? But we can't hear anything from you. Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable members, we seem to be having a problem here. Honorable Ndlovu.
Honorable Chair, maybe request someone to call her.
Yes, can we request just a moment, somebody calls her so that we indicate that we can't. Yes, now you are better. Can you hear us? Because I can't hear a thing from you, Honorable Ndlovu.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, now you
Can you
are
hear me,
better.
Chair?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please try and keep that position. Don't switch on your video as well. It's just
Chairperson,
not here.
Chairperson.
Yes. Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable Ndlovu, can you hear us? Can you hear me? I can see it says your network is low where you are. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, I can hear you, Chairperson.
Please just listen to what I say. Try and keep that position. We can hear you now, and please don't switch on your video.
Chairperson.
Yes, can you hear me?
Chair,
Yes,
can I
can you hear
request
me
the
now?
Honorable Mukweli to
I
help
can
us,
hear you,
please?
Chair.
Honorable
I
Ndlovu.
can hear you, Chairperson.
You can hear me.
You.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Can you keep that position?
Chairperson, I can hear you.
Can you proceed, please, Honorable
I can
Ndlovu?
hear you, Chairperson.
Please proceed.
I can hear you.
Please proceed.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay. Chairperson, the Select Committee on Finance, having considered the 6 tax bills referred to it, namely the Tax Laws Amendment Bill, Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill, the Farm Tax Administration Bill, and the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill. I would like to present the reports for consideration by the House, Honorable Chairperson. On the introduction, Chair, these tax bills were formally tabled together with the 2024 medium-term budget policy statement, the MTBPS, on 30th October 2024. These bills contain tax announcement made in the February 2024 budget, Chairperson. The delegation from National Treasury and SARS briefed the committee on 20th November 2024. The committee held visual public hearing on the 26th November 2024, Honorable Chairperson, and received 5 submissions from Webinar 10, Congress of South African Trade Union, which is COSATU, Association for Saving and Investment South Africa, ASISA, Institute South Africa, that is BUSA. All these inputs, Honorable Chairperson, are detailed in the report, on the report. The National Treasury and SARS responded to the issues raised during the public hearing and engaged with the committee and stakeholders on the 29th November 2024. Honorable Chairperson, I now present some of the observations and recommendations we have made as a select committee. One is on the Rates and Monitoring Amounts Amendment Bill. The committee welcomes the proposed changes in the exercise duties on alcohol and tobacco and believe that if applied consistently and in a balanced manner, tax can make alcohol and tobacco products progressively less affordable. The committee, however, expresses its concern about the unintended consequences of these increases, in that they might serve to increase the space of illicit trade market to grow. The committee welcomes SARS' continuous intervention in addressing illicit trade and notes the explanation it provides that illicit trade is a criminal matter, which requires a multi-phase coordinated approach by all involved. The committee urges National Treasury and SARS and other relevant stakeholders, Honorable Chairperson, to intensify efforts to combat illicit trade. The committee reiterates the recommendation made in that revised 2024 and 2025 proposed fiscal framework reports that SARS should be allocated additional resources to enhance digital capacity, retain critical skills, and encourage tax compliance. The additional funding should also strengthen tax administration and combat illicit alcohol and tobacco trade. 2, Chair, the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill. The committee notes the proposed amendment in the 2024 which are made through various pieces of legislation. The committee further notes the concern raised by the stakeholders during its public hearing, public participation process. The recommendation made, the responses by National Treasury and SARS to the comments made. The committee knows that while there are substantive amendments proposed in the 2024 TLAP, most of the proposed amendments seek to clarify certain clauses and policy intention and amend the review definition in various legislation. The committee knows, the consensus knows National Treasury response that amongst other intervention done, a temporary fuel levy relief of 10 billion was provided in 2022 during the COVID-19 pandemic to mitigate the Russian-Ukraine war impact. The fuel levy was decreased by 10 cents a litre and has not been increased since 2022, Honorable Chairperson. The committee knows the plea for a review of the basket of goods exempt from VAT and National Treasury's response that while the recommendation does not form part of the current tax bills legislation cycle, finance for consideration in the to give clear diligence to propose legislative amendment as made by the stakeholders in various sectors in its public consultation process and make amendable changes where possible before the bills are tabled in Parliament. Honorable Chairperson, the committee welcomed the introduction of the ETI, that is Employment Tax Initiative, in 2014 and has subsequently approved several amendments, which includes its extension by a further 10 years to 2029, align it to the minimum wage and provide tax relief in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic and the national lockdown. The committee believes that the ETI continues to play a critical role in encouraging employers to hire young and less experienced work seekers in a country where the rate of young unemployment currently measures 45.5%. The committee recommends that National Treasury and SARS should continue to implement ETI and take proactive measures to prevent its further abuse. Honorable Chairperson, the committee's investment in the production of electric and hydrogen-powered vehicles. The committee believes that if implemented successfully, the incentive may contribute to economic growth, creation of much-needed jobs, attraction of investment, tax revenue, and reduction of carbon footprints. The committee, however, cautioned National Treasury and the relevant stakeholders about the financial implication and potential unintended consequences of this new incentive to the government over the medium to long-term period. Chair. The third one, Chair, is the Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill. The committee welcomes the 2024 TALA proposed amendments. The committee believes that these amendments are in the best interest of the taxpayers and will enable SARS to effectively execute its mandate. The committee knows the proposed amendment of TAA to enable natural persons other than a legal practitioner to appear on behalf of the taxpayers in the tax court. The committee's view is that this may be in a violation of the mandates of the SARS as it stands, as court orders are the responsibility of the justice cluster, and especially if the legal practice council has not been consulted. The committee also noted SARS' response that one, Chair, in the tax court, historically, non-legal practitioners have been permitted to appear in terms of a specific provision in the TAA, which was repealed in 2017. The SARS has now added the fit and proper criteria for a person representing the taxpayer. 3, SARS litigation team has a tax dispute working group which meets regularly with practitioners, and that the chairperson of the Tax and Exchange Control Committee of the Law Society of South Africa is represented on that working group. For chairperson, there were no submissions from the Law Society in respect of the proposed changes. The fifth, the tax bill have gone to the Department of Justice State Law Advisors, who have received them and signed off on them. The committee notes the proposal in the TAE to introduce the dispute resolution proceedings at objection stage of a dispute to improve the efficiency of the dispute resolution process. The committee further notes SAR's explanation that this will not necessarily reduce backlog in court cases, as currently there are not many backlogs except for at the objection phase. The committee recommends that National Treasury and SARS should consider briefing it on revenue bills prior to the formal medium-term budget policy statement tabling process to enable it to the due diligence to the bill. The committee recommends that National Treasury and SARS should continuously consider inputs made by the stakeholders during the public participation processes. The complaints made by the taxpayers and monitors that the tax legislation achieves its intended objective and benefits the intended beneficiaries. In terms of the fourth bill, Chairperson, the committee knows the stakeholders concerned about taxation on withdrawal from the two-pot system by low-income workers. The sixth Parliament raised a similar concern but accepted the National Treasury's responded taxation of savings withdrawal from the two-pot system at the marginalized tax rate is appropriate, as applying to normal tax rates will be more punitive to members. The committee knows concern related to the ability of workers to access their preservation pot in the event of the job losses, the usage of pension funds as collateral for educational loans, and an option to voluntarily transfer funds from the vested pot to new two-pot regime. The committee also notes National Treasury comments that these concerns are generally policy requests that do not form part of 2024 RALAP and its commitment to revisit these issues once the changes to the two-pot system have been implemented, a matter that it has predominantly been focusing on. Chairperson, the committee notes the stakeholders' grave concern and emphasis that if the 2024 RALAP is passed, it passed in its current form, and the opt-in provision related to the over 55 members are effective. It will render action taken since the 1st September 2024 implementation date unlawful. The committee also knows National Treasury's concern that any further proposed amendment to this bill will delay its implementation, and as it will mean that the bill should be referred to the National Assembly Standing Committee on Finance, while the proposed adjustment will be made at the beginning of next year. The committee reiterates the recommendation made in the RALAP that SARS and National Treasury should monitor the state with a view to easing the tax burden on with the iteration of the bills. While the committee accepts National Treasury's compelling response at the time, there is a need for a further discussion on withdrawal by low and middle income pension fund members who are pushed above the taxation threshold after withdrawal from their savings pot. Chairperson, the committee urges National Treasury to consider the proposal made by the stakeholders, which include usage of pension fund as collateral of educational loans as soon as all the two-pot system policy implementation changes are addressed. These proposals should be carefully considered without compromising the actual purpose of pension funds, which is to ensure that there will be enough money to cover the pension of employees after their retirement in the future, and the intended objectives of the two-pot regime. To avoid delays in the implementation of the proposed amendment in the bill, the committee urges National Treasury to engage further with ASISA and ERFA on the outstanding issues and reach an amicable solution which works on a quick bill to be introduced in the next tax legislative cycle, Chair. The fifth, the committee knows the implementation of the GMT the global minimum tax will have no impact on small, micro, and micro and medium enterprise. So, since the tax is targeted at approximately 40 South African large multinational corporations with profits over 50 billion, the committee also knows that the GMT is expected to increase corporate income tax collection by an estimated 8 billion in 2026-2027. The committee cautioned National Treasury and SARS about the potential financial implications, complexity to implement the report on GMT rules, and challenges that could lead to non-compliance and failure to collect an estimated revenue. Given that SARS requested additional funding from the government to strengthen its capacity to better execute its mandate. The committee urges SARS for a clear and achievable framework to deal with illicit financial flows and BEPS to grow their revenue base and report progress made to it. This is a reiteration of a recommendation made by the six-term committee when it welcomed National Treasury's proposal to implementation of global minimum tax bill. The last one, Chair, the global minimum tax administration, as the committee reiterates the recommendation made in the 2024 fiscal framework and revenue proposal report, when the six-term committee welcomes the proposal to implementation of the GMT and urges SARS to develop a clear and achievable framework to address illicit financial flows and BEPS, that is base erosion and profit shifting, to grow the revenue base and report progress made to it. As mentioned above, Honorable Chair, many of our observations and recommendations are detailed in the report I'm tabling this afternoon. Honorable Chair, I therefore present the committee report for your consideration and adoption, and I don't remember in our meeting whereby there is any province or any political party that have objected. Thanks very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu, for a well-delivered report. Please note, Honorable Delegate, that although the orders were read together, they shall be voted for individually. And let's just make sure that when we do the declaration are on the correct bill. And I'm now going to call for declaration on each bill, and accordingly, you will raise your hand if you so wish as a province to make a declaration. I will start off by the first bill. The first bill would be the one of taxation law. And again, as we proceed, honorable members, parties may not make declaration on each order. They may make a declaration on each order, as I have indicated earlier on, and individually so. And before we proceed with the voting, I'll now allow the political parties an opportunity to make their declaration of votes on the third order in terms of Rule 78, if they so wish. The third order, I do have Honorable Swart from Western Cape, Honorable Brits from Eastern Cape, Honorable Numalo from Mpumalanga. In that order.
Honorable Chair, Lady, good afternoon, all the honorable members. The Democratic Alliance support the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill and acknowledge the exceptional work done by the South African Revenue Service in improving tax compliance and revenue collection. Through my personal recent interactions with SARS and the National Treasury in our committees and all our meetings, I've gained first-hand experience of the professionalism and dedication of SARS officials. However, Chair Lady, it has also become clear that they are operating under significant resource constraints, which limits their ability to fully realize their potential. It is essential that SARS is provided with the necessary funding to upgrade their human resources and technological capabilities. This will better position them to tackle the challenges of an evolving economic and technological landscape in South Africa. Furthermore, we must stress the importance of ensuring certainty in the MTEF allocations. Multi-year financial planning will allow SARS to implement strategic initiatives effectively, contributing to greater fiscal stability in South Africa. The DA remains committed to supporting measures that strengthen SARS and promote responsible fiscal management for the benefit of all South Africans. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. I'm now inviting the African National Congress, which shall be represented by Honorable Numalo, to make a declaration on the third order.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I don't want to repeat the mistake I did last time. I want to be sure as to which one, because my gadget today is giving challenges. I don't know which one must I talk to now, because
Yes, the third order, we are now dealing with the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill. That was the first one that I read as the third order. You must make a declaration on that one.
Let me just read it. Yeah, I do have, but Chairperson, my gadget is giving me trouble, but it's fine. Can you hear me? So
yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I'm having a challenge.
Can proceed, Honorable Numalo.
Yes, I'm having a challenge with my gadget, not wanting to open up. But what I can say, Chairperson, is that as the African National Congress, we were part of, want to confirm that we're part of the report, we're part of the meetings that took place to make sure that all the processes are unfolding with the due diligence. Chairperson, we also invited stakeholders to become part of our meeting where they raised their concern, and National Treasurer was there to make sure that everyone is at ease and to make sure that they understand, or maybe at ease to understand what is happening in terms of the report. Chairperson, a number of issues that have been raised, the issue of the two-pot system, the issue of the stakeholders, the usage of pension, and also the issue of illicit tobacco. So, Chairperson, as the African National Congress, I don't want to waste more time. We want to support the bill and make sure that we take it further from here, Chairperson. I am a bit challenged with my gadget, which is not opening, but thank you very much. We are in support as the African National Congress.
Thank you very much, Honorable Numalo, for a well-said declaration. we are now proceeding to the voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor shall raise their hands, and you must keep your hands raised. And I take it that all delegates are in the house, and the counting will then accordingly start, and keep them raised up until we finish counting. And administration, the front table will indicate when they are done with counting. Honourable members, you can lower your hands. We are done. And I'm now calling on those delegates who want to vote against. They must please raise their hand until the voting is completed.
Chairperson, you are muted.
Yes, please lower your hand. Thank you very much, Honourable Brett. Please lower your hand, Honourable Siwisa. Thank you very much. I'm now calling upon those delegates who are voting against. Please raise your hand and keep them raised. Or those who are abstaining, sorry, I'm done with those who voted against. There is none. Honorable delegates, the voting is now completed, and accordingly, voting is closed. I have already received the votes that were cast. Those who voted in favor, they are 31. Those who voted against, there's only one, and there is none abstainings on this bill. And accordingly, I declare the bill agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, honorable members. Again, honorable members, I'm going to follow the same order again. I will request the political parties and give them an opportunity to vote on the fourth order, to make declaration on the fourth order, which is the Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill. Immediately after that, we'll proceed to voting. I see there's Honorable Brett who wants to make a declaration at this point in time. Over to you, Honorable Brett.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Tax laws at best remains maze to ordinary taxpayers and tax practitioners alike. Amendments proposed with this bill is welcomed in that it attempts to streamline and simplify various pieces of tax legislation. The extension of the timing of VAT on important services to 60 days in order for VAT vendors to comply within the set timeframe, thereby attracting penalties and interest to provide for refund on overpayments of VAT, and the waiving of the requirement for representative vendors appointed by electronic service suppliers to reside in South Africa will surely be broadly welcomed by industry. It is a step in the right direction to eradicate the red tape involved with conducting business in South Africa. The further improvement is the additional ground for extending the period for the late filing of an appeal with SARS up to a period of 120 days, which is also welcomed as a step in the right direction of SARS being user-friendly to the taxpayer. From a business rescue practitioner's point of view, the provision in the bill to allow SARS to temporarily write off tax debt during business rescue proceedings is also welcomed. The only dubious proposal in this bill is the amendment to accommodate non-legal practitioners appearing on behalf of a taxpayer in a court of law. In this regard, the committee was assured that the Law Society of South Africa, as well as the working group of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, were consulted. It needs to be pointed out that the LSSA does not represent all legal practitioners and cannot be deemed as representative of the whole legal profession. The only legal body representing legal practitioners, the Legal Practice Council, was not consulted in this regard. Public participation and participation by professional bodies when amending laws in this manner are imperative. This oversight should be avoided by Treasury in future consultative processes. The Democratic Alliance supports this bill. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Brits. We are now moving to the voting. That was the only political party, DA, that wanted to make a declaration at this point in time. Accordingly, we are now proceeding to the voting. Can I have the hands of those? Okay. The question before the House is that we agree to the bill as tabled. And accordingly, I would request those who want to vote in favor to raise their hands and keep them raised until the counting is completed. Thank you very much. Please lower your hands. The voting is complete. And I'm now moving on to those who are voting against. Can you please raise your hands? Those who are voting against the Bill of Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill, can they please raise their hands?
Comrade Kaunda, are you voting correctly?
Yeah, he's changing sides.
Knew it was coming.
Honorable
No,
member, please, we
Kaunda
are
just
in the
attempt to do
House.
that.
Can
Mr.
you,
KW,
honorable members, please respect the proceedings. Thank you very much. You can lower your hands. We are done. I'm now requesting those who are abstaining to raise their hands. There being no one, I declare the vote closed. The results are already being submitted. They are before me. Those who voted in favor, there are 35. Those who voted against, there are 3, with 0 abstentions, as I have indicated. Accordingly, The bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We're now moving to the fifth order of the day, which is the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill. Is there any party that wants to make a declaration on this bill? Honorable Mokoena, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I don't know why my video is not allowing me. I don't know what's going on, but Honorable Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the Mkhonto Wesizwe Party to oppose the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill. While we acknowledge the pressing need for reforms in the retirement system, the bill fails to address the critical concerns raised by stakeholders and risks creating more problems than it resolves. First of all, the proposed two-pot retirement system, though well-intended, does not adequately account for the financial realities of low and middle-income workers. The 30,000 ceiling amount of the immediate relief is insufficient to address their high levels of indebtedness. Furthermore, the taxation on early withdrawals places an undue burden on workers already struggling to make ends meet. This approach contradicts the principle of fairness and exacerbates the inequality that we have. Honorable Chairperson, we therefore cannot support this legislation, the legislation that falls short in addressing the need of ordinary South Africans. We call for a more inclusive, equitable approach to retirement reforms, one that provides meaningful relief, flexibility, and security for all its workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. I'm now inviting the African National Party, represented by Honorable Nxumalo, to make a declaration.
African National Congress.
Thank you, Honorable Mukweli, the ANC. Over to you, Honorable Nxumalo.
No, thank you very much. And I want to register my, I don't know, I'm a little bit like up and down. I don't know, the video is taking a toll on me. But Chairperson, thank you very much for this opportunity. In 2023, Chairperson Parliament passed the Revenue Law Amendment to enable a shift in the pension fund system by introducing a two-pot system, which include a saving pot which enable annual withdrawal to the limit of 30,000. The current pot system will also increase household consumption and demand in the economy. The two-pot system has resulted in a number of application of over 1.1 million tax directive approved for funds to be released with a total gross lump sum of over 21.4 billion, which has been paid up to date. This has significantly contributed to lowering the cost of living for workers. The bill before us strengthened the pot system by introducing another pot, which is a retirement pot in addition to the vested component and saving. The bill further set a minimum withdrawal amount of 200 to improve access and align tax treatment of multiple contracts with the same retirement fund, ensuring consistent administrative measure. Chairperson, the South African Revenue Service is undergoing a digital transformation, which is enhancing compliance in the mechanism of interface with the SARS and taxpayers. The bill introduced provision for electronic communication, specifying requirement for digital submission for secure correspondence between SARS and taxpayers, and clarifying a calculation of penalties and interest for delayed compliance, reinforcing adherence to tax obligation and encouraging timelessly submission. The ANC Chairperson support the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nxumalo. I'm now moving to voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. I'm taking this opportunity to invite those delegates who are voting in favor to please raise their hands and keep them held up until voting is counted. Thank you very much. You may lower your hands. I'm now calling upon those who are voting against the bill. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. The hands are still continuing. Thank you very much, honourable members. You may lower your hands. Those who are abstaining. There being no abstentions, I am now at liberty to read through the vote. Those who voted in favor, there were 38, and those who voted against, there were 2, and the abstentions were 0. And accordingly, honorable members, the bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. We're now moving to the 6th bill, which reads Rates and Monetary Amounts Amendment Bill. Accordingly, I would like to take this opportunity and invite political parties to make the declaration. There's a hand of Honorable Brits from DA. Honorable Brits.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, the rising cost of living affects each and every South African. The current state of South Africa's economy places a high demand on ordinary South Africans, especially the poor. The number of households dependent on social grants increasing, the unemployment rate remaining high, more and more people can't afford basic food items. And this year we saw children dying of hunger, and even parents ending their families' lives because they can't feed their children. The number of children dependent on school feeding schemes stand as testimonial of this very sad fact. The DA has advocated for years that the basket of food exempted from VAT be expanded, that the fuel tax regime be reformed, and other tax incentives be implemented to ease the burden on citizens in order to make a living in the current economic climate, while the GNU finds its way to lead South Africa out of this economic misery by creating the environment necessary for increased job opportunities and real economic growth. We therefore urge Treasury, once again, to further explore easing the burden on South Africans by implementing these forms of tax relief. The Democratic Alliance supports the bill. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brits. We'll now go on to the next hand that we saw, and that was Honourable Nxumalo. Honourable Nxumalo, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and my humble greetings to you, Deputy Chair. Chairperson, as I've said, I mix up my papers here, but what I can say as the African National Congress is that we're part of the process starting from the start up until to make sure that everything is in order. We are confirming that there are a lot of concerns that have been raised in the meetings that we took with a lot of stakeholders, but with the National Treasury to make sure that they respond to those issues that have been raised. We are aware of the food basket that is going up every day, and we are aware of the inequality that is in our country. But Chairperson, we are saying that we are in support of the bill to make sure that corrective measures are taken so that we can make sure that we move forward as a country. We are in support of the ANC. Thank you very much.
That being said, thank you very much, Honorable Numalo. It then takes us to the voting, and the question is that the bill be agreed to, and can those that are voting in favor raise their hands and keep them raised? Can you please lower your hands, honorable members? Those who are voting against, please do raise your hands. Thank you, Honorable Makesini. 3. And those who are abstaining, thank you very much, honorable members. We are ready to give the results. The results are as follows. Those who voted in favor, they are 39. Those who voted against, they are 3. And those who abstained, 0. The bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. We are moving to the 7th bill, which is the Global Minimum Tax Bill. I'm now inviting political parties to make declarations. The African National Congress will be represented by Honorable Numalo. Over to you.
Very much, Chair, and my humble greetings to you and all the members present. This bill, Chairperson, it will assist us as a country to make sure that we are trading with other countries and not neighboring countries. So, Chairperson, we were part of the bill when they even induct us to make sure that we understand what's happening in terms of taxation and global taxation. Chairperson, as the African National Congress, we hope and believe that the bill will assist this country moving forward as much as we are still struggling economically. As the ANC, we are in support of the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Numalo. Once again, honorable members, we will proceed to the voting. I'll start off by those who are voting in favor. They may raise their hands. You may lower your hands. Thank you, honorable members. I'm proceeding to those who are voting against. Those who are voting against, Honorable Feni.
Honorable Feni.
Thank you. You may lower your hands. And any abstentions? Thank you very much, honourable members. The voting has closed, and accordingly, those who voted in favour, there are 40. Those who voted against, there are 6, and abstentions, none. Accordingly, the bill is being agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. We're now moving to the 7th bill, which is the last one. It's the bill on the minimum tax administration bill. The question before the House is that this bill be agreed to. I'm now inviting all those delegates who are voting in favor. They may do so by raising their hands. Thank you very much, honorable members. You may lower your hands. Those who are voting against. Honorable Mabilo, those who are voting against. Thank you very much. You may lower your hands. Any abstentions? None. Thank you very much. The voting is now closed, and accordingly, the results are as follows. Those who voted in favor, they are 39. Those who voted against, they are 7. Abstentions, none. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, we are now proceeding to the voting on the Thank you, honorable members. We are now proceeding to the subject for debate. We shall now proceed to the debate on the World AIDS Day, taking collective actions and individual responsibility to sustain and accelerate the fight against HIV and AIDS, which is the theme of this debate. I'll accordingly take this opportunity once again, welcome the Minister of Health to the House, as well as the MECs that have joined in, and thank them for being part of this important debate. Accordingly, I will invite Honorable Minister Motsoaledi to open the debate. You've got 20 minutes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Alibongwe. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Mary Shulam-Tswane Tipane, Honorable Chairperson of Select Committee on Social Services, Mayor Desiree Fenis, Honorable members of the Select Committee on Social Services, MECs present in this forum, Honorable members of the House, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Good afternoon. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address this House on the World AIDS Day, which we duly commemorated as a standard practice globally on the 1st of December 2024. We held our event in the Eastern Cape province this year. On Sunday, the 1st December, I had an opportunity to share the stage with the Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Paul Mashatile, the Premier of Eastern Cape, Mr. Oscar Mabuyane, the country leadership of the development partners, the traditional leaders, and most importantly, people living with HIV and AIDS. All these stakeholders are coordinated and organized under the leadership of South African National AIDS Council, SANAC, which is chaired, by the way, by the Deputy President himself. I was reliably informed that the various provinces had similar events in the commemoration of this day, making this one of the most commemorated days on the health calendar in the world. I'm hugely humbled by the gesture and commitment of the NCOP to dedicate time to have a special session for this day. I now know that we are not alone in the fight against HIV and AIDS. This is the day that must keep reminding us that we are still in the trenches in the fight against the scourge of HIV and AIDS. Like our forebears taught us during the struggle for liberation, no retreat, no surrender. Victory is certain. This year, World AIDS Day, as led by UNAIDS, was commemorated under the theme Equal Rights, Equal Care. This theme is founded on the need to confront and address the persistent challenges that are faced by people living with HIV and AIDS, including key populations. This theme arises out of the need for zero discrimination, which was established by UNAIDS in 2014. The theme resonates with unrelenting call by the people living with HIV and AIDS and key populations about the attack on their rights, which threatens their very existence. In the words of Ms. Winnie Byanyima, the Executive Director of UNAIDS, this theme is aimed at addressing, and I quote, stigma and discrimination, which remain the main barriers to access to HIV prevention, testing, treatment, and care, and hold back progress towards ending AIDS by 2030, close quotes. This theme, equal rights, equal care, indeed advances equality and fairness for everyone, regardless of gender, age, sexuality, ethnicity, religion, and HIV status. Honorable Chairperson, I must say that the country has made significant progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS, which can be summarized as follows. Bullet point 1, this year, we mark 20 years since the antiretroviral rollout in the country. We have transitioned from 3 tablets to 1 tablet per day. Rather, we have transitioned from 3 tablets 3 times a day to 1 tablet once a day, which is a major transformation of treatment regimen. In 2010, we embarked on a massive HIV testing campaign where we were encouraging individuals to know their HIV status, to be linked to appropriate packages of care, including antiretroviral initiation. It might surprise people why I'm saying 20 years of rolling HIV, antiretroviral, but then I mentioned 2010, embarking on massive testing. This is because, honorable members, before 2010, we used to have what you call VCT, or voluntary counseling and testing. In 2010, we transitioned from this VCT to what we call HCT, meaning just HIV counseling and testing. The difference is that in VCT, only those who knew and motivated were volunteering to come and test it. But in HCT, we were going to people and ask them to volunteer to test. That means it was provider initiated, where we went to villages and churches and workplaces and ask people to test so that we test as many people as possible. And the result of this is that within a period of 18 months, we had tested 18 million South Africans, whereas in the past, within a period of 1 year, only 3 million people will have been tested. So the program in 2010 changed a lot of things. As people living with HIV and AIDS, individuals understand the benefit of antiretroviral therapy.
Honorable members, please mute your mics because you are disturbing the Honorable Minister. Sorry about that, Honorable Minister. Please continue.
Okay, we have observed reduction in new HIV infections and HIV prevalence. People living with HIV and AIDS on antiretroviral therapy are living a long, healthy, and productive lives. This is evident in the improved life expectancy among South Africans. Despite this progress, I must admit that we still have a very long way to go before we can meet the targets that were set up by UNAIDS in 2014. Chairperson, in 2014, UNAIDS set up targets of what was called 90-90-90, which later was changed to 95-95-95. And we must reach these targets by 2025 and eliminate HIV and AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. The UNAIDS 95-95-95 targets, together with the primary prevention targets, aim to bridge the inequalities in treatment coverage and outcomes and reduce HIV infections by focusing on progress in all subpopulation groups, age groups, and geographic settings. When I made my input during the World AIDS Day on the 1st, honorable members, I raised several actions that are required if we hope to end HIV and AIDS as a public health threat by 2030, as is intended. I'm here to convey the same message by informing the House about the status of HIV and AIDS in our country, as well as the planned interventions, so that my request may be understood in the correct context. South Africa is one of the countries, if not the one, with the highest HIV/AIDS epidemic in the world, with 7.9 million people that are infected by the virus. South Africa, as many other countries in the world, is expected to reach the targets that were set out by UNAIDS of 95-95-95. I need to explain exactly what it means. It means that 95% of the people who are HIV positive must know their status. I mean, who are HIV infected must know their status. It means then that after people know their status, 95% of those who have tested positive must be put on treatment. And the last 95 is that of those who are on treatment, 95% of them must have viral suppression, meaning that they can no longer transmit the virus to other people. When that happened, we say the stage of viral suppression has been reached. It's 95-95-95. Now, in this regard, where are we as South Africa? On the first 95, we are at 96, which means we have exited the first 95, meaning 96% of all the people who are HIV positive in our country, they now know their status. On the second 95, we are at 79%. And on the third and the last 95, we are at 94%, which means we have got 94% viral suppression. This means that our underperformance is on the second 95, which is at 79, as I've already said. Now, for the country to reach the second 95, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we need to trace 1.1 million patients and put them on antiretroviral therapy, antiretroviral treatment. In our own cascade, The weakest link then is the second 95. And the weakest link among the second 95 are men and children. Of this group of subpopulation, men are making the biggest number of 650,000 who must be traced. In other words, Chairperson, women of our country have done their part in fighting HIV and AIDS, but men have lagged behind. They are not only lagging behind on treatment, even in 2010, after we have started the HCT campaign, after 18 months, when 18 million South Africans had tested, we found that 65% of those who tested and know their status were actually women, and 5% were children. Men were making only 80% of those who tested. Now today, we are short of 1.1 million people to reach our numbers, our 95, as the world has said. And most of those who are lagging behind are men. As I said, out of this 1.1 million, there are 650,000. And then the rest of the numbers are made of children. So we think, Chairperson, we need to work very hard to get men to treatment. Now, we had a meeting with some of our funders, led by Dr. John Kingasong, who is the ambassador of PEPFAR, one of the main funders of HIV/AIDS program. In that meeting, we adopted what we call Accelerator 1, which was built on the foundation that was laid by Deputy Minister in February 2024. From this meeting, we identified several stakeholders who must assist us to trace this 1.1 million people. We have determined from this meeting that we must go all out to find these people and put them under care. I would like to ask this House to join me and other stakeholders in search of this 1.1 million people living with HIV so that we can link them to care by December 2025. In this way, we are certain to have reached our targets. The plan on how we'll reach the 1.1 million people required bold and intentional actions as follows. We have decided, Honorable Chair, that we will reach 100,000 people by March 2025, and then 300,000 people by June 2025, and 600,000 people by September 2025, and the last 100,000 by December 2025. This number looks scary, but once we break it down into all 9 provinces and 52 districts, which makes the load per province and district manageable, you realize that some districts can reach the target within 6 months. For instance, where we were in the Eastern Cape, they need only reach 148,000 people to make their provincial deal of the numbers that need to be reached. I spent 2 days on the 28th and 29th of November with all the MECs and the HODs of health, where we adopted the approach of mobilizing stakeholders to come to the party in the quest to reach these targets. Whole of government and whole of society, if we are to reach our targets, because health alone cannot achieve this. So this is a national or global fight where we must stand up and be counted so that the future generations can pay great and tribute to us in our lives. We have identified stakeholders, each with their roles in the fight. One such a stakeholder is the NCOP members of this House, as collective and as individual members of the respective communities, political parties, and social clubs, because of your reach and influence to mobilize society and educate our people in what we're talking about. For us, taking collective action is a clarion call for national and human solidarity in the fight of this monstrous epidemic. Given the progress made, we must not give up now, because giving up will wipe out all the strides that we've made up to so far. For us, NCOP represent the critical stakeholder with the powers to lead and join the collective action, as well as individual action to sustain and accelerate the fight against HIV and AIDS. During the commemoration day, during the World Day commemoration in the Eastern Cape, people who living with HIV and AIDS have delivered a memorandum to myself and the Deputy President. Their main demand was what is called 6 MMD, meaning 6 monthly dispensing program, as against the 3 MMD which we are doing now. What it means, honorable members, is that instead of supplying them with HIV for 3 months, as we are doing now, we must supply them for 2 months, so that they only have to visit our health, for 6 months, so that they only have to visit our health facilities only 2 times a year. The department is committed on reaching this target of 6 months. During his address on the occasion of World AIDS Day commemoration, Deputy President made a clarion call for the whole government and the whole of society to join hands. He said, and I open quotes, "We urge all government departments, traditional leadership, political parties, trade unions, transport industry, religious sector, student organizations, and business formations to incorporate HIV, AIDS, and TB in their day-to-day program of work. We must also, Chairperson, encourage that the twin of HIV, AIDS, which is TB, which is killing 80% of the people who are HIV positive, also need to be part of this strategy. According to the World NTB strategy, the focus on TB is a matter of social justice, fundamental to our goal of universal coverage, given the prevalence of drug-resistant tuberculosis, ensuring high quality and complete care, which also benefit global people. Honorable members, we also announced on the 1st another disease which we need to eliminate. This is cancer of the cervix of the uterus, which is the biggest killer among women as far as cancers are concerned. We know by now that women who are HIV positive have got a 6 times chance of getting this cancer than women who are not. And for that reason, the World Organization has made a call that by 2030, we must have brought this cancer to an end. And they've mentioned 3 methods which must be followed. One of them is that 90% of young girls must have been vaccinated with what is called human papillomavirus vaccine, which we in South Africa started in 2014. We are the first African country, if not the only one, which has now put young girls age 9 on human papillomavirus. We have administered 7.2 million doses since 2014, which have reached 4 million girls because we give them 2 doses per annum. We are now very happy that this program is going on very well. As far as screening is concerned, annually South Africa report approximately 13,800 people women who suffer cervical cancer, out of which 7,620 will die. The country has got 22.2 million women at risk, making cervical cancer the 2nd most common cancer after breast cancer. In 2018, 63% of women diagnosed with cervical cancer were HIV positive, as I've already said. So, ladies and gentlemen, members of NCOP, we wish to call upon you to join us such that by 2030, or after 2030 rather, we speak a different language. We talk about cervical cancer in the past. We talk about HIV/AIDS being under control because there will be viral suppression. We will be extremely proud when that happened. And our next generation will be very happy because we leave them with a better heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and I'm sure that the members of the NCOP have heard your call loud and clear in terms of the role that we can play to ensure that we overcome this scourge in our community. Thank you very much for your valuable input. It's much appreciated. I'll now hand over to the chairperson of the Select Committee on Social Services, and that is the Honorable Finis. Honorable Finis, you have 12 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Greetings to the Honorable Minister, MECs, as well as other honorable members. South Africa's 2023 to 2028 National Strategic Plan for HIV and TB centralized the critical role of communities in achieving the nation's goals. To this end, this National Strategic Plan has been called the People's NSP to underscore that to establish sustainable and impactful HIV interventions, communities must be placed at the center of every effort. Many structures in our communities play a pivotal role in the instilling constructive values, which build responsible citizenry and active members of the community, such as families. Families have a particularly imperative role to play in creating a supportive system that encourages treatment adherence and fosters healthy lifestyle choices for people living with HIV and AIDS. As one of the primary sources of support, families have an important role in helping people navigate the complex emotional and social experiences that come after diagnosis. Findings from studies conducted by the Human Science Research Council reveal that people living with HIV with strong family support are more likely to adhere to treatment and have improved health outcomes because they have people who can help remind them about taking the medication, accompany them to appointments, and have a space for open and honest communication, which help reduce any difficulties experienced from living with HIV. Thus, it must be our collective desire for all our family units to be a haven of safety, love, acceptance, and support for those in need. As Africans, we are called to also view and position our response to HIV with the spirit of Ubuntu, which demands of us all a moral obligation to treat the next person with humility, respect, and kindness. The spirit of Ubuntu is rooted in the philosophy of interconnectedness and collective responsibility, where I am because we are. This means that humanity as an individual is tied to the collective being of others, including people living with HIV. Thus, in the spirit of Ubuntu, it is necessary to ensure that every person plays an intentional role in fostering a space for belonging, unity, and mutual responsibility. Ubuntu demands that we view those who are sick, vulnerable, and marginalized as our children, mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters, and to extend compassion and create a network conducive to fighting HIV and eliminating all barriers hindering progress. In this regard, it is equally important that we address issues of stigma and discrimination, which alienate people living with HIV and deter those seeking healthcare from accessing it. In his remarks in the National Assembly World AIDS Day debate, Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, emphasizes the role of fear and stigmatization as factors inhibiting men in testing for HIV and initiating treatment. Men were noted as a prominent group in perpetuating the spread of HIV. However, in comparison to women who have consistently participated in HIV prevention and treatment efforts, men are noted to have lagged. The minister spoke about how men tend to avoid testing and initiating treatment due to fear and stigma associated with HIV and AIDS, as well as societal expectations and pressures rooted in toxic masculinity, which contribute to reluctance to seek help, admit to illness or vulnerability, which are incorrectly perceived as a weakness. However, the effects of stigma and discriminations are not unique to men, but also affect other vulnerable and marginalized groups, which face stigma due to an intersection of factors such as unrealistic and oppressive societal social norms, criminalization, homophobia, sexism, and misinformation about HIV. We must ensure that all groups in society are afforded the space to take responsibility for their health and enjoy their constitutional right to access health care. In addition to the above mentioned, cultural and religious biases have played a role in perpetuating limiting attitudes and practices which hinder access to health care. Therefore, we applaud the brave and central role played by various leaders in society, including religious, traditional, and community leaders, in fighting stigma and addressing detrimental social practices, says that is having a problem with the HIV and AIDS. For example, the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu played a pivotal role in South Africa's fight against HIV and AIDS by using his global influence to break stigma, advocate for treatment access, and promote compassion for people living with HIV. We also observe the important role of traditional leaders and traditional health practitioners as trusted sources for treatment and guidance by many members of society. It is because of this important relationship that the government must continue to find ways to strengthen the collaboration so we can leverage all stakeholders to increase prevention, diagnosis, treatment, initiation, and adherence. Furthermore, empowering grassroots organizations and supporting community health workers are essential for addressing not only the HIV/AIDS epidemic, but also other pressing public health concerns. These community-based organizations and community health workers serve a vital link between healthcare services and communities by providing health education, facilitating treatment adherence, and conducting home visits. This work is an important component in promoting preventative care and improving health outcomes, particularly for chronic illnesses like HIV and tuberculosis. Therefore, we must ensure that the necessary investment is made to support such initiatives, including training programs and remuneration, among other key factors. By leveraging on the respect, influence, and stature of these leaders and structures who often serve as moral and cultural guides in the communities, we can begin to make significant inroads in positively influencing public attitudes and behaviors. We must also continue to support awareness and education programs, encourage open conversations, and prioritize a bottom-up approach which centralizes the role of communities and initiatives focused on marginalized groups. We must strive for an intersectional approach that cuts through the human rights and improved access to healthcare for all to realize a more inclusive, human and equitable response to HIV. We must also prioritize related issues such as gender-based violence, interventions, and mental health. Ultimately, ours is to end HIV. It is possible to prevent new infections and ensure those already living with the disease are virally suppressed and go on to live long and healthy lives. For this to be realized, we need a robust healthcare system that is responsive to the health needs of its people. The NHI is in this regard, there's a very critical role to play in ensuring that it breaks the barriers to access and ensures that all South Africans and those in need have quality and equitable healthcare. In the spirit of putting people first, the Ideal Clinic program is concerned with strengthening primary healthcare facilities, which are the first point of care for those in need. We must be concerned with leveraging all platforms, resources, and stakeholders to promote awareness, comparison, and social change. We must prioritize dismantling the stigma that prevents people living with HIV from seeking care or disclosing their status. Now, President Cyril Ramaphosa delivered an address at the 7th South African AIDS Conference in Durban, where he reminded us that, I open quote, "We shall not overcome this epidemic unless all of us, collectively and individually, working side by side, accept that we have a responsibility in our personal lives, in our own behavior. We all have a responsibility. We have a responsibility as parents, spouses, partners, girlfriends and boyfriends, mentors and role models. We have a responsibility to ourselves. We have a responsibility to others." I close quote. I thank you, the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finnis, for your comprehensive input on this topic. And we'll now move on to the next honorable member, and that is the Honorable Adriansa. Honorable Adriansa, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans, good day. As we commemorate the 37th World AIDS Day, we face a crucial moment. We are called to a collective action to sustain and accelerate HIV progress, which should be our moral imperative and commitment. I implore all members to seize this moment to drive real change. My health, my right. These words capture our struggle for healthcare access, dignity, and the right to thrive, regardless of our HIV status. Yet, the reality is stark. In South Africa, the estimated overall HIV prevalence rate is approximately 13.9% of our population. About 8.45 million people are living with HIV. Among young adults aged between 15 to 49, it is estimated that 19.6% of the population is HIV positive, and 1 in 5 women of reproductive age is HIV positive. Let's delve deeper into the statistics that highlight our national crisis. Mpumalanga has the highest HIV prevalence rate in the country at 17.4%. KwaZulu-Natal follows closely with a prevalence rate at 16%, while the Free State stood at 15.6%, third highest in the country. On the other hand of the spectrum, the Northern Cape had the second lowest HIV prevalence rate in the country at 8.9%. Meanwhile, the Western Cape boasts the lowest prevalence at 8.6%. But this does not diminish the urgent battle we face. We cannot ignore the heartbreaking statistics concerning our children. Each year, 10,000 children are newly infected and 2,100 lives are tragically lost to AIDS. These figures are not mere statistics. They represent our future, our families, our communities. Each life lost is a reminder of the urgency of our mission. So what can be done? The answer lies in collaboration. We must unite our efforts, government, civil society, healthcare providers, and each individual. Our action must center on those living with HIV and those at risk, ensuring their voices guide our policies and practices. We must focus on breaking down the barriers that prevent access to care, addressing the societal and legal impediments that hinder service delivery, and integrating HIV services with other essential health initiatives. To hit our 2030 targets, 95% of people with HIV and the 5% unaware must know their status, begin treatment, and achieve viral suppression. We need broader access to stigma-free testing and treatment. Imagine a future with minimal stigma, no gender-based violence, and empowered women and girls. We must focus on sexual and reproductive health for at-risk women and stop new HIV infections in children. South Africa needs 1.14 million more people on treatment by next year, including 550,000 men. Every untreated man endangers his partner. This is a call to action. We must not forget our individual responsibility. Each of us has a role to play. Let us educate ourselves and others about HIV, advocate for affected individuals, and challenge discrimination in our communities. Every conversation, act of kindness, and gesture of compassion brings us closer to a world free of HIV stigma. As we remember the lives and the struggles endured, let us not just reflect, but commit to action. The fight against HIV and AIDS requires a collective will and individual resolve. Together, we must honor those we've lost by educating ourselves, advocating for change, and treating each other with dignity. Let us ensure that my health is my right and your health is our shared responsibility. Only through this unity can we truly sustain and accelerate our progress in this vital fight. The time for action is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adriansa. We now move on to the next person to contribute, and that will be the Honorable MEC from the Eastern Cape, the Honorable MEC for Alt, Honorable Kapa. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Honorable Kapa, what do you hear?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the NCOP, Honorable MECs from various provinces. Good afternoon. We welcome this opportunity to be part of the delegation that is debating on such an important health calendar, the World AIDS Day. Last Sunday, as the Eastern Cape, we hosted the National World AIDS Day commemoration at Sisa Dukashi Stadium in Tanzania under the theme Equal Rights, Equal Care. We commemorated this day during another important period in our country, which is the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. Fighting for no violence against the most vulnerable groups in our society is an ongoing daily struggle, and not only within the 16 days. This is why we are continuously calling on men, as they are the perpetrators of these heinous crimes against women and children, to protect them instead of assaulting, raping, and killing them. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Eastern Cape has made great strides in fighting against HIV and AIDS in the last 20 years. We moved from testing an average of nearly 4,850 a year by 2003-2004 financial year to a 2,110,467 by the end of 2023-2024 financial year. The positivity rate against the total volume of tests done per year decreased from 24% in 2003-2004 financial year to 2% by the end of 2022-2024 financial year. This comparison picture between HIV tests done over the years and positivity yields suggests a massive drop in the HIV incidence that resonates from the HIV acceptance levels, HIV prevention modalities, and the ARV treatment success and adherence. Over the past 10 years, the Eastern Cape initiated a total of 428 patients on treatment. Some of the patients have not been able to be reported as retained on the treatment due to various reasons, such as treatment interruption, loss to follow, death, and transfers. Therefore, the province reported a total of 661,901 people still on the ARV treatment by mid-year of the 2024-2025 financial year. The call to increase the number of supply for HIV treatments to a 6-month supply is reasonable, and we hope it will receive a positive response. Honorable Deputy Chair, in our endeavors to ensure that we curb the spread of HIV in the Eastern Cape, we have a 64% reduction of the new HIV infections since 2000. We've reduced AIDS-related deaths by 54% overall and 94% reduction among the children under the age of 15 years. Successful prevention of mother-to-child transmission program achieving an 87% reduction in the new infections amongst children. In line with the theme of today's debate Wednesday, taking collective action and individual responsibility to sustain isolation, the fight against HIV and AIDS, we are working with our partners to ensure that we end the stigma around HIV and AIDS. Our government prioritized the resourcing of the interventions through a conditional grant funding model. In 2014, the grant allocation for the province was at 1.5 billion, and by 2024, the allocation has increased to 2 billion. Through the Eastern Cape Provincial Implementation Plan for HIV, TB, and STI 2022-2028, we remain committed to fight HIV/AIDS. The plan is anchored on our 4 goals: breaking down the barriers by addressing social and structural drivers, including stigma, discrimination, and gender inequality; maximizing equitable access to ensure that 95% of the people living with HIV know their status, 95% of those diagnosed are on treatment, and 95% achieve a viral suppression. And also building a resilient system by strengthening health infrastructure and integration services for HIV, TB, STIs, and other health challenges. Ensuring sustainability by mobilizing resources and fostering accountability across sectors. We are happy to share that by July 2024, we have achieved 94, 78, 92 of the 95 targets for the total population serviced through the public and private sector. Results for each of the subpopulations vary, with adult females at 95, 83, 81, and 93. Adult males at 93, 72, 93, and children older than 15 years at 88, 82, and 70. We acknowledge the challenge of the second 95, which is the male subpopulation, and as well as children older than 15 years. To achieve the second 95 target by 2028, the Eastern Cape must increase the number of total clients on ART by 341 to reach the 809 target. Honorable members, another important program is the pre-exposure prophylaxis PEER, which is called PrEP, which is the taking of an antiretroviral treatment by an HIV-negative partner to protect themselves from a positive partner. However, these partners are still advised to use a condom. We want to get to a point where we have 0 new infections. As a result, we have distributed 329,471 male condoms and 9,320 for female condoms, respectively, since 2019 to 2020 financial year to the 2023-2024 financial year. This shows that we have been very consistent in distribution of condoms. We also embark on mass testing for HIV so much that between 2018 and 2019 financial year and 2023 and 2020 financial year, and about 10,876 1,555 HIV tests were done, with 396,659 testing positive. As the home of the legends, we are proud my apologies for that. My system that just died. My apologies for that. My apologies, Chair. I'm trying to look for my gadget. It just went dead on my system.
As soon as you're ready to continue, Honorable MEC.
I'm trying. We acknowledge the challenges, as I said earlier, Chair. We want to get to a point where we have zero new infections as a result. We have distributed quite a number of condoms, as I've said earlier. We also embarked on the massive testing, as well as we are saying, as the home of the legend, we are proud to be the first province to launch the Undetectable, Untransmitted campaign. This campaign is there to encourage adherence to treatment so that the positive patient who is on viral suppressed does not transmit an HIV partner or a child during delivery and breastfeeding. In conclusion, Chair, we remain committed to fight the spread of HIV. To get this right, we must scale up the awareness campaign so that our children, particularly adolescents and teenagers, not to engage on premature sex, and those who are already sexually active must always use condoms so that they will be protected against STIs and unwanted pregnancy. As the province, we are faced with a high pregnancy rate, especially in our rural districts. With our partners in the health sector and communities, we are working to address this issue, which is giving us sleepless nights. Everyone has a role to play, including us as elected leaders. It is also important for parents not to abdicate their responsibility because of the limited time we have as a province allocated to us. It is not possible to reflect on quite a number of issues of efforts that were being made to fight the spread of HIV, like the establishment of youth zones in our clinics, so that young people are able to engage with professionals that are younger than that are close to them in terms of age. And we've also developed quite a number of systems where we have developed even WhatsApp groups where they can engage with doctors if they are unable to talk to their parents. HIV remains a treatable and a controllable disease with good life expectancy. According to the 2022 Stats SA, the past 20 years life expectancy trends indicate a growth from 57% to 65.6% for women and 53.2% to 60% for men, to be by end of 2022.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much, sir. I thank you.
Thank you. In spite of your gadget failure, you were still able to convey a good message. We now move on to the next honorable member, and that is Honorable Ngobo of the MK Party. Honorable Ngobo, you have 9 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Ngicela uqala ngokubingelela our African Messiah unyazi lwezulu ngesiqubulo esithi olwethu unyazi. Ngibingelela isilo samaZulu indlulamithi, ngibingelela our MK Party President uBaba uNcamalala. Bese ngibingelela honorable speakers, honorable members and esteemed guests. Today, I rise to discuss one of the most significant challenges that has shaped our nation, the fight against HIV and AIDS. It is a fight that has tested our resolve as a people and defined our collective will to overcome adversity. This epidemic has touched every community, every family, and every institution, demanding the best from our leaders and from ourselves. In this context, we must recognize the pivotal role that strong and decisive leadership has played in transforming the trajectory of this epidemic in South Africa. While the journey has been long and arduous, there are moments in our history that stand as milestones of progress. Regarding a legacy of leadership, the role of President Zuma. Under former President Jacob Zuma's leadership, South Africa achieved groundbreaking successes in the fight against HIV and AIDS. His administration took bold and necessary steps to ensure that those living with HIV and those living with HIV has access to life-saving treatment. The introduction and expansion of the antiretroviral ARV program under his tenure made South Africa the global leader in ARV distribution. By 2016, over 3.4 million South Africans were on ARV treatment, a monumental achievement that saved millions of lives and restored hope to countless families. The impact of this program was transformative. Life expectancy in South Africa rose significantly during this period, from 54 years in 2005 to 63 years by 2016. These are not just statistics. They represent lives that were extended, families that remains intact, and communities that were strengthened. This success is a testament to what is possible when leadership prioritizes the health and well-being of its citizens. Regarding current challenges and opportunities, nakuba subungaza lezi zinzuzo kufanele futhi siqaphele inselele eqhubekayo ekubhekaneni ne-HIV and AIDS. Ukufinyelela kuma-ARV manje sekutholakala kabanzi, kodwa ubhubhane lisaqhubeka. Ukutheleleka okusha kuyaqhubeka ukwenzeka, ikakhulukazi kwabesifazane abasebasha kanye namantombazane. Futhi imiphakathi yasemakhaya isalokhu ithintekile ngendlela engalingani. Education and prevention efforts must be at the forefront of our strategy. Comprehensive sex education tailored to the realities of our society is essential to equip young people with the knowledge and tools they need to make informed decisions. Community-based interventions must also play a central role, breaking down stigma and providing localized support to those in need. Regarding investing in healthcare systems, honorable members, the fight against HIV and AIDS is not just about medication. It is about strengthening our entire healthcare system. Clinics, particularly in rural areas, need more resources and staff to ensure that no one is left behind. Government must continue to prioritize funding for HIV and AIDS programs and ensure that these resources are used efficiently and effectively. The successes of the past show us that with the right policies and political will, progress is possible. President Zuma's leadership in this area demonstrated what can be achieved when a government commits itself fully to a cause. This foundation must be built upon with a renewed focus and energy. Regarding the human story behind the epidemic, honorable members, as we debate this issue, let us never lose sight of the human impacts of HIV and AIDS. Behind every statistic is a person with a story. I recently met a young woman named Tandi from KwaZulu-Natal. She shared how the ARV program has given her a new lease on life, allowing her to pursue her dreams and care for her family. But she also spoke of the stigma she faces daily, reminding us that the battle is not just against the virus, but also against societally attitude that perpetuates discrimination. This is where we must focus our efforts, not just on treating the disease, but on healing the wounds of stigma and ignorance. Public awareness campaigns, community dialogues, and education are essential to creating an environment where those living with HIV can thrive without fear or prejudice. Regarding a call to action, honorable members, let us take inspiration from the progress we have made and commit ourselves to doing even more. The fight against HIV and AIDS is far from over, but we have shown that with determination and unity, we can achieve remarkable results. President Zuma's administration laid a strong foundation by expanding access to ARVs and demonstrating the power of decisive action. Now it is up to us to build on this foundation to ensure that every South African has access to the care and support they need, and to eradicate this epidemic from our society. Impi yokulwa nesandulela ngculazi nengculazi akuyona nje indaba yezempilo, kodwa indaba yobulungiswa, isithunzi nobuntu. As long as one person in our country suffers in silence, our work remains incomplete. I thank you, Chairperson.
Very much, Honorable Ngobo. We now move on to the next honorable member, and that is the Honorable Farmer of the Patriotic Alliance. Honorable Farmer, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Forgive me for not getting my voice back. I was laughing when the previous speaker referred to the contribution made by Jacob Zuma to the fight against HIV and AIDS. I remembered the shower. The Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, the PA supports the principle of 100% of HIV-infected citizens must have access to treatment. We believe the war against this disease and others like it can be won, and we will not shirk from this fight. As a result, we will support the Minister's call. Honorable Minister, preventable medicine stockouts must be seen as unlawful and a violation of health rights. Can this person be removed from the platform? Yeah. The administration of our care centers, particularly hospitals, needs much stricter management. Budgets will need the supply of medicines. There must be accountable centers of control for this, and very severe penalties against those officials who fail our people. With advanced planning, no medicine need to ever run out. They are playing with matters of life and death. Corruption in healthcare and enrichment of greedy elites is nothing less than murder when the result is a desperate patient who does not receive meds and then dies as a result. Health sector corruption is a long-standing concern for Corruption Watch. The Health Sector Anti-Corruption Forum, which is chaired by the Special Investigating Unit, which represents civil society in this collaborative effort with law enforcement agencies, the health sector regulators, government departments, and private sector to fast-track investigations of fraud and corruption in the health sector and contribute to the measures to prevent corruption, fraud, waste, and abuse. Interventions is sorely needed because for patients needing care, corruption can literally tip the scales between life and death. Think of the employee who steals medication from a hospital to sell privately for his own benefit, depriving patients of a vital, possibly life-saving treatment. Think of the elderly woman who is asked for a bribe before she can see a clinic practitioner, leaving her to choice between paying the bribe for the consultation or being able to buy the medicine that she needs. Imagine the millions of rands spent on fraudulent medical legal claims awarded to non-existent and undeserving claimants, which could be spent on improving health services. What about the tenders won or awarded illegally, where officials look for kickbacks and suppliers are only interested in lining their own pockets rather than helping people to access the services to which they are entitled? How much counterfeit drugs, which cannot only hasten death, but can facilitate the spread of drug-resistant organisms? All these corrupt practices and a host of others lead to increased cost and decreased quality of service, equipment, and healthcare delivery, while the many healthcare workers who are committed to their work become more frustrated and demoralized. South Africa's intellectual property laws must be amended in order to protect the right to health and fully utilize all pro-public health flexibilities available in international law. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Farmer. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Boyson from the Western Cape, who is the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Health and Awareness. Honorable Boyson, you have 10 minutes.
Chairperson.
Sorry, Honorable Farmer.
I am so sorry, but can I please request leave from the rest of the meeting, as I'm at a by-election and things are getting hectic here and wild, and I cannot fully participate in this meeting. If you would allow me to leave. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Farmer, you are excused. Honorable Boyson, you have 10 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, members of the NCOP, colleagues and fellow South Africans, last week as we commemorated World AIDS Day, our country stood united, reflecting on lives lost, lives transformed, and the hope that guides our fight against HIV. This year marks a significant milestone, 20 years of antiretroviral therapy in South Africa, also known as ART. These 2 decades have been a journey from despair to hope, from fear to empowerment. Honorable Chairperson, I invite you to pause for a moment and imagine the mother 2 decades ago fearing she'd never see her child grow up. The father silenced by shame and stigma. Today, that mother stands proudly beside her child, and that father has found his voice because ART is more than medicine, it is a promise of life. Yet, honorable members, while the virus no longer defines us, its shadow still lingers. Progress in the Western Cape, where HIV prevalence has declined, shows what is possible. This success is not just a statistic, it is a result of lives being saved and communities being uplifted. But it also reminds us that our work, it is not done. In many parts of our country, the epidemic still robs dreams, it fractures families, and it shows despair. Stigma, honorable members, remains this virus' cruel accomplice. It is a thief that robs people of their courage to seek help. It turns fear into silence, and it builds walls where bridges are needed the most. How many more lives must we lose? Not to HIV itself, but to the chains of judgment and shame. Ending stigma begins with us, honorable members. It starts in the language we choose, the attitudes we carry, and the way we engage our families and our communities. Ask ourselves, when was the last time we had an honest conversation with somebody about HIV? When was the last time any one of us have encouraged somebody to know their status free of judgment? Collective efforts requires individual responsibility. Each of us must decide to be part of that solution. Honorable Chairperson, the Western Cape's progress is not a ceiling, but a foundation. It is proof that when government, civil society, and communities work together, hope flourishes. Now we must amplify these efforts nationally. The task at hand is that we must firstly expand ART access. Life-saving treatment should be available to all, from bustling cities to the most remotest villages. Secondly, we need to educate our youth. Young women in particular remain disproportionately affected. They deserve knowledge, they deserve tools and opportunities to protect themselves. Thirdly, we need to address the root causes. Honorable members, poverty, inequality, and gender-based violence fuel the epidemic. Tackling these is not optional, but is essential. But politics alone, members, cannot win this fight. This is a battle for hearts and minds. It requires us to meet people where they are, not just in clinics, but in schools, workplaces, churches, and at their homes. It demands that we inspire hope in those who feel forgotten and empower every South African to be part of the solution. Honorable members, behind every statistic is a story. The healthcare worker working miles, delivering ART, the grandmother breaking the chains of stigma in a village, the young activist fighting for an AIDS-free generation. These are the unsung heroes of our nation, and their courage must be a call of action to everybody. As we remember the millions we have lost, let us also celebrate the millions who live with strength, resilience, and dignity. The next 20 years must be defined by boldness. Boldness to imagine an AIDS-free generation, boldness to declare that no child should be born with HIV, boldness to confront stigma and leave no one behind. Honorable Chairperson, the fight against HIV is more than a public health issue, as the Minister also alluded to. It is a fight for the soul of our nation. Let history remember this moment as the time when we as South Africans stood together and said, we will finish the fight. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Boyson, we thank you for your input. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Chirwa Mpongose from the EFF. Honorable Chirwa Mpongose, you have 15 minutes.
I thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the sympathizers of the EFF led by the Commander-in-Chief, Julius Sello Malema. South Africa has a long history of efforts aimed towards addressing the HIV and AIDS epidemic. Majority of those efforts were in actual fact initiated by civil society and ordinary people who did not sit back and watch the government of the day fail us one too many times. Growing up in Mamelodi as a child meant witnessing deaths in our homes and next door, mothers of our childhood friends, our older sisters and brothers, an overflow of media efforts to alert us of the epidemic. Wrong turns were made along the way, resulting in our fear for the virus evolving to becoming a toxic stigma that still haunts us to date as a nation. Being products of many Black women who spoke back to power. One such a woman was Auskidiboni, the daughter of my crash transport driver, Mama Joyce. Auskidiboni was not only living with HIV, but she was also an activist, moving from community hall to community hall in Mamelodi and the surrounding areas, calling for HIV treatment to be made available. I was fortunate enough to have been with her during those times, as she had a passion for young girls and advocacy work. I and many other young girls in Mamelodi are products of an investment in leadership and community activism. Our Skidi was always about shouting at the top of her voice in gatherings, "Re batla dipilisi, re feng dipilisi, re batla go phela." Her cries at the time found no refuge as she lost her life 3 years post these interactions with community members and government officials who would come to engage with our community, carrying with them false promises, false hopes, misinformation, no political will to change the status quo, and no treatment for those who needed it the most. She died. I, as a child at the tender age of 5 to 8, saw the zeal die away with her and her body withering away right in front of my eyes. She is one of hundreds of thousands of Black women we owe our activism and passion to for this topic at hand. Progress was eventually made. thanks to the commitment of civil society. Alas, a million deaths later and no concrete plan on the future. It is thus disingenuous to tell tales of government success in combating HIV and the AIDS epidemic without first acknowledging the thousands of preventable deaths this country has seen and the efforts by ordinary South Africans who fought the government for what is right. These victories don't belong to the ANC. They belong to the people. We were there and nobody will have the freedom of rewriting history because they have power and influence today. The thousands of child-headed households that come from that era are due to the failures of the ANC government. The plunging of young girls into sex trafficking due to losing their parents and thus made more vulnerable is evidence of ANC failures. It is disingenuous to pretend to this nation that this fight was fought by you, the ANC. The truth is that in the thick of it, it is the Black women of this country who took you on headstrong when you were failing to defend the human rights of those who were living with HIV, those dying to AIDS-related illnesses, and children being born HIV positive. It was not out of political will of the ANC that the efforts we speak of today became a reality. Black women had to fight you and your HIV denialist presidents. Black women had to seek international solidarity whilst the government was perpetuating dangerous stigmas of sexual morality while the nation was withering away. And Black women still carry the burden of fighting the government and the HIV and AIDS epidemic to date. Therefore, the EFF celebrates all of them, living and those who have transitioned with reverence and honor. HIV and AIDS first had to demonstrate by reaching those in these chambers, comrades, councillors, ministers, and all the rich, powerful, and elite before the government of the ANC could humble itself and succumb to the wisdom of the mothers of our nation. Lest we forget, the government of the ANC was forced to roll out the prevention of mother-to-child transmission following a constitutional court ruling. You had all the excuses in the book on why you could not save innocent children from an epidemic that bragged and emboldened the socio-economic and social divide we continue to suffer from today. And sadly, this reality that highlights the economic and social divide in our nation is still the case. 30 years into democracy, interventions and innovative efforts aimed at confronting the HIV and AIDS epidemic reach the rich first and those in rural areas last. It is the rich and elite who get post-exposure prophylaxis first. It is the rich and socially palatable who got the education about pre-exposure prophylaxis first. It is the 15-year-old to 26-year-old Black girls in Taung who will get the education on PrEP last. The most susceptible demographic, young Black girls between the ages of 15 and 26, still cannot walk into a clinic today to request PEP without first having to display a story on trauma, on rape, or sex work. Why? Because this government doesn't believe us, young Black women, when we tell them that sex in today's day and age for Black women is political, sex is social, sex is economic for us, and drugs the same. And we are not to blame. We do not make ourselves poor. And this reality will remain as the status quo until economic freedom is achieved. Preventable infections highlight a deeper phenomenon, Chairperson. It highlights poverty. Poverty does not allow a 17-year-old girl to negotiate condom use with the same person who buys the sanitary towels. Poverty does not allow a pregnant woman to negotiate condom use with the man who pays her rent. And healthcare should never be the price to pay for any human being because it is a human right. A disheartening reality is that thousands of the children who were saved from HIV transmission from mother to child are today the very people that are now getting infected. This means that as the ANC, you are a government that cannot defend its own gains. You are a government that cannot defend your own victories. A government devoid of truth and genuine compassion for the work at hand. Palesa, who is a success story due to PMTCT, is also an unfortunate story because although HIV didn't reach her from her mother during the pregnancy and delivery, it actually reached her at first year of university following being raped and not wanting to report the case and thus losing out on medical intervention that should have kept HIV negative. A government that fails to defend its own victories. The government of today has to graduate from applauding itself for the mere basics. People pay with their lives. Stigma is costly. Lack of knowledge is fatal, and an incompetent government means death for our people. Auskidiboni didn't have to die, Chairperson. Palesa didn't have to be infected. Both these cases were preventable, but weren't prevented because our government still finds the time to boast when new infections are still alarmingly high for Black girls and women. We need more than what you are giving us, and more is definitely possible. Primary health care, prevention, and education should at all times be the guiding principles that inform efforts pertaining to all matters of healthcare. Our people don't know that U equals U. They don't know that you cannot contract HIV from an HIV positive person if they are undetectable, and that one reaches an undetectable stage through adherence to medication. To this effect, stigma thrives, secrecy wins, new infections persist. 2 million of HIV positive people are still not on ART to date, a government that cannot defend its own gains. Social media is filled with stigma, vitriol, that alienates HIV positive people and further locks them in a silence we do not afford as a nation. There isn't a single campaign on platforms that are flooded by young people that directly speaks to addressing misinformation that travels faster than access to ART. Implement this with immediate effect, Minister. If the EFF was government today, we would renew the healthcare system through strengthening primary healthcare, real universal healthcare coverage, where people access healthcare as and when they need it, and not just through office hours. Parliament rejected an EFF bill that was proposing 24-hour and 7-day operations of clinics, and in response, provided no true alternative to this innovative intervention of the EFF that our people needs. We would ensure adequate, equitable domestic funding for health that will proactively ensure sustainability and not allow austerity or deficits to impact the health system efficiency. We would use pluralistic, non-siloed approach to health systems and its governance, ensuring coherence with other departments that are key to the success of the public health system and will address the underlying social and commercial determinants of health. This is directly linked to our prior contribution on the multi-layered nature of HIV and healthcare in general. It is political, it is social and economic. Interventions should thus mirror this reality at ground level up. We would ensure integrated access to data to identify gaps in policy, health systems, clinical care and underlying determinants, water, food, housing, healthy living, and the working environment. Health data will be rapidly analyzed to inform priority setting for specific districts and sub-districts, foster interdepartmental collaboration to meet the underlying determinants of health, inform resource allocation, and forecast budgeting in all our intervention strategies pertaining to HIV as a program. If EFF was government today, no young person would have to justify why they need PEP with sob stories that are unfairly scrutinized by the morality police who are homophobic and who do not consider that, like them, sex workers are human beings who deserve healthcare rights like the rest of us. Young people need PEP because they have sex. They need PEP because they get raped and do not always wish to report the crime. They don't wish to report rape crimes because your policing and court systems are deplorable. They need government to give them PEP because they don't afford private doctors like you and me. They need PrEP because whether we like it or not, it is basic healthcare. If EFF isn't government today, but we gladly give these interventions in this house so that this government of today, of the GNU, can never claim obscurity when history seeks answers. We are giving you solutions because as the EFF, we are in the business of love and revolution. I thank you, Chairperson.
Very much, Honorable Mpongo Sechirwa. That was a very heartfelt presentation. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable MEC from KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable T.D. Buthelezi. Honorable MEC, you have 10 minutes, Shanga.
Honorable Chairperson, the Minister of Health, Honorable MECs, honorable members of the House, it is an honor to participate in this debate hosted by the NCOP as we address an issue that has affected all of us in one way or another. HIV/AIDS, and our theme today is centered on the theme taking collective action and individual responsibilities to sustain and accelerate the fight against HIV and AIDS. And I think this theme underscores the dual approach necessary
to combat this epidemic effectively. South Africa accounts for 20% of new HIV infections and 20% of people living with HIV globally. Although the HIV prevalence in the country has plateaued at 12.6% for the last 5 years, the number of people living with HIV continues to increase annually, reaching approximately 8 million, according to the Tembisa model, version 4.7. KwaZulu-Natal has the highest prevalence at 16.5%, while the Western Cape has the lowest at 7.3%. Honorable Chairperson, the fight against the spread of HIV/AIDS is not something that has started today. It is something that we have inherited from those that have gone before us. It is something that we attained from the brave men and women who, when faced with this scourge, raised the alarm when it was not fashionable to do so. One such trailblazer is the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, who in his time led the charge against the HIV/AIDS stigma. In his 2014 World's AIDS Day address, Prince Buthelezi spoke candidly about the personal toll of HIV/AIDS on his own family, having lost his own children to the disease. His courage in breaking the silence and addressing the stigma head-on was a turning point in our national dialogue. Prince Buthelezi's words resonate with us today, and I quote, "We must continue to fight this disease with every resource at our disposal, and we must do so with compassion and understanding," close quotes. And his legacy reminds us that leadership is crucial in this battle. This year's theme, Equal Rights, Equal Care, calls for a renewed commitment to ensuring that everyone, regardless of their background, has access to the care and support they need. This includes raising awareness about the importance of antiretroviral therapy and the benefits of early linkage to treatment, as highlighted by the Undetectable is Equal to Untransmittable campaign. The KwaZulu-Natal government has implemented several strategies to combat the spread of HIV/AIDS, and these include the Provincial Council on AIDS, which coordinates the multi-sectoral response involving government, non-governmental organizations, civil society, traditional leaders, and all these stakeholders guide the implementation of the National HIV/AIDS, STI, and TB strategic plan. We must mobilize our communities through outreach programs, educational campaigns, and partnerships with local organizations to identify and link people living with HIV to antiretroviral therapy services. Enhancing accessibility to testing and treatment facilities, especially in underserviced areas, is crucial. And Honorable Minister, Honorable Chairperson, it is a point of concern that increasingly the number of males that are undergoing testing is reducing drastically. And therefore we need to have a concerted effort to focus to encourage more males to come forward for testing. And strengthening referral and follow-up systems will ensure that patients remain engaged in care and treatment. South Africa has adopted the UNAIDS 95, 95, 99, 95 treatment targets in its national strategic plan, aiming to achieve the following goals: 95% of all people living with HIV knowing their HIV status, 95% of those who know their status being on antiretroviral therapy, and 95% of those on antiretroviral therapy achieving viral suppression. In KwaZulu-Natal, 94% of people living with HIV aged 15 years and older are aware of their HIV status. 93.4% of those are on antiretroviral therapy, and 95.3% of those on antiretroviral therapy are virally suppressed. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the fight against HIV and AIDS requires both collective action and individual responsibility. Local government and traditional leaders must work hand in hand with government to create the environment where prevention, treatment, and support are accessible to all of us. And let us honor the legacy of leaders like Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, who came out boldly to fight the stigma, leaders like President Nelson Mandela, who came out boldly to fight the stigma against HIV/AIDS. And let us continue their fight with the same courage and determination. Together we can sustain and accelerate our efforts to end HIV and AIDS. Let us commit to bolder action, compassionate leadership, and unwavering support and care to those who are affected by HIV and AIDS. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Buthelezi, for your input. We now move on to the next honorable member, and that is the Honorable du Plessis from the DA. And I will also now hand over the chair to the Honorable Hadebe, who will take over from me. Honorable du Plessis, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair, Ministers, MEC and members. We have come a long way as a country from the days of Sarafina II and fearing that sharing a cup could give you HIV. However, as the world focuses on evidence-based interventions for HIV, in youth especially, on World's HIV Day, we cannot boast. A Wits University study determined most new infections in South Africa occur in young people aged 15 to 24, and by far the most infections occur in young women. Almost 10% of young women between 15 and 19 live with this virus, and a quarter of young women between 20 and 24 live with HIV, and just under 8% of our young men. Notably, new infections are 3 times more likely to occur in young women than men. And it is shameful that our young people, especially our young women, are not protected from this potential epidemic. Over and above the impact on the individual, there is an impact on economic growth. High HIV rates decrease productivity, and it removes key individuals from the workforce. This results in a decrease of exports, an increase of imports, increased inflation rates, and increased inequality. And a larger part of our budget is needed to address this burden of disease. However, this has not been mentioned in any discussion about economic growth. I wonder why. As teenagers in the late 90s and 2000s, yes, I'm sure some of us in the House were, we were bombarded by the slogan, "No glove, no love." However, in 2024, people believe ridiculous untruths like, you cannot get pregnant if it's your first time, and hey, we don't need a condom. As a society, we need to progress, not revert. And currently, only 52% of young men admit to using condoms, and oddly, only 44% of women admit to using condoms. Strange discrepancy aside, the low usage is incredibly concerning. We are facing a devastating potential increase of HIV if we look at the VIT study. And to turn the ship around, we need, in the next 5 to 10 years, we need to have teamwork, and decisions need to be non-partisan and inclusionary. In 2014, the Joint United Nations Programme on HIV/AIDS announced specific targets, and it is known as the 95-95-95 strategy, easy to remember, which is why Dr. Noma French-Mbombo implemented this strategy in a province that is now the lowest HIV rate in the country. And this strategic alignment and focus in the Western Cape Department has been implemented in other developing countries with great success. Some of these countries are Eswatini, Botswana, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe, and all of these countries show a marked decrease in the HIV rate. There are various other evidence-based, tested and proven strategies, and bear with me as I mention some of them. Ensuring that healthcare professionals engage with patients and focus on making every contact count gives us space for early detection of high-risk behaviors, such as consistent multiple partners and exposure to GBV. It further allows for personalized counseling and easy referrals for HIV testing without the attached stigma. Open communication and showing care results in acceptance that an HIV positive test does not mean the end of your life, and it reinforces that management of the virus can result in a full and productive life. Yes, as great strides have been made international regarding prevention, as it is better than cure, PrEP and pre-exposure prophylaxis is medication and an injection that minimizes likelihood of infection. However, only 40% of young South Africans have heard about this, and only 2.5% of these South Africans are currently taking preventative measures. Why have we not had real or relevant campaigns in schools, universities, and all communities on this? Mobile health and youth-friendly clinics need to ensure that PrEP is available, and schools need to include this shift so that curriculum is no longer fear-driven. Another question is, why haven't we minimized GBV? And this plays a huge role in young women contracting this virus. Rape culture that is prevalent in our country has not been dismantled. In fact, it is often celebrated. And PEP, or post-exposure prophylaxis, is further reported as a challenge in trauma departments. This means that people who have been exposed to potential HIV infections do not know how to ensure preventing or stopping potential infections when they are at their most vulnerable. Also, why have most hospitals not combined HIV testing and TB screening? The treatment changes massively if someone has both infections. And even though there have been wondrous developments in technology and a lot of money has been spent on e-health, most provinces have not utilized this. A simple and relatively inexpensive platform can SMS reminders, and this can increase viral suppression. Tech can further include the use in their healthcare, making every contact count through access of resources like PrEP, PEP, ART, and counseling. The list is endless, easily accessible, and evidence-based. Let us put aside political agendas and make a real undertaking today to turn around the incoming tide. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable du Plessis, for the good exposure on the issue of HIV and AIDS. And the next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Manzini, the MEC for Health. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the Chairperson of the NCOP, members of the NCOP, and members of the other MECs that are here, and the Minister that is here. On Sunday, the 1st of December, we gathered as a collective in Tembisile municipality to reaffirm our commitment to a cause that affects millions around the globe, as led by the chair and the co-chair of the MPEC. The commemoration of the World AIDS Day served as a
reminder that we must remain steadfast in our commitment to prevent new HIV infection and provide essential services to all the people living with HIV. As the world was celebrating the World AIDS Day, as South Africa, we were also celebrating 20 years of free HIV treatment to people living with HIV, which makes us to run the biggest life-saving treatment program in the world, with approximately 5.8 of HIV-positive people on antiretroviral therapy. The introduction of ARV has assisted the people of this country to live a long and healthy life. Our province, Mpumalanga, is currently having 578,839 people on treatment, which represent 84% of estimated people living with HIV. And the life expectancy of the people of Mpumalanga have increased from the average of 55.9 years in 2016 to 64.7 years in 2019. Hence, we're not propelled when the results of the study that was done by the Health Science Research Council on HIV indicated that in 2019, 55.9 years in 2016, and now 64.7 years in 2019, meaning that our life expectancy is increasing. Hence, also the results of the study that was done by the Health Science Research Council on HIV indicated that Mpumalanga was having a high prevalence rate, which means that our people are living longer because of the treatment that we are giving to our people. As a province, we have seen progress as far as reduction of the rate of mother-to-child transmission of HIV through the vertical transmission program, and the rate was reduced from 1.7% in 2016-17 to be now less than 1% by the end of 23-24 financial year, including the number of HIV-positive infants needing ARVs has been reduced in half from 251 in 224, and this due to the more mothers taking the ARVs while pregnant. The Health Science Research Council survey on HIV also revealed that Mpumalanga is in the whole country was having the best condom usage during the most sexual encounter among people aged 15 years. The usage of was found to be above the national rate of 99% by being 46.3% by 2022. This is an indication that working with all stakeholders through MPEC, including our traditional leadership, is yielding positive results. While significant advancement has been made in treatment prevention and awareness, challenges remain that require both collective action and individual responsibility. The province still needs to find 62,254 HIV-positive people who are not on treatment to be on treatment, while ensuring that those that are already on treatment, their virus is suppressed, so that as a collective, we can realize our 95 HIV testing, treatment, and viral suppression targets. Chairperson, our strength to realize the dream of having an HIV-free generation by 2030 lies in unity, the government working in collaboration with non-governmental organizations, healthcare providers, and members of the society to create a robust support system to people living with HIV, and for us to realize that this battle should not just be a medical challenge, but a social one requiring both collective action and individual responsibility. While government and organizations play a vital role in shaping policies and providing resources, individuals must also take proactive steps to safeguard their health and that of others. What is of note is that out of 62,254 HIV-positive people that still need to be put on treatment, 56,440 of them are men. And as a sector, we are making a clarion call to men in leadership position to take the responsibility of running the campaigns alongside with us that will say it begins with us, encouraging that other men and the practice safe sex, getting regular testing on HIV and seeking a pre-exposure prophylaxis, which is called PrEP. If at high risk, Chairperson, it is crucial to know that knowing your status helps in taking timely action and preventing the spread of virus. Chairperson, as also this is what we are requesting everyone to do. We are also indicating that the fight against HIV and
over, but fostering collaboration and embracing personal accountability can create a future where HIV and AIDS no longer poses a significant threat to public health. Together, through sustainable commitment and action, we can continue to make strides towards ending this epidemic. The collaboration we are taking about here is attested by the African proverb that is originating from Burkina Faso that says, I quote, "If you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together," close quote. And as a province, we have already attained our first 95 of the UN AIDS 95 target, and the progress we have achieved thus far is the testament that the power of community action, government, community, civil society, advocates, faith-based communities, and public and private organizations that have all played crucial roles in our shared goal to save lives, challenge stigma and discrimination, and change the course of the HIV pandemic. And as a province, we are not far from attaining the last 95 of the US AIDS target that talks about the viral suppression. Hence, the sector is planning to strengthen the adherence to treatment by officially introducing the 6MMD, which is the 3 and 6 months multi-dispensing strategy. The sector is planning to have those patients that are eligible and responsible to no longer come to our healthcare facilities, and also on a monthly basis to collect medicine, but to be given their treatment that will last them for a period of 3 to 6 months. I'm standing here being proud that as a province, we started long ago during the COVID-19 era, affording our HIV positive patient the treatment that will last them for at least 3 months, because we understood that the importance of the viral suppression, and also that it hinges on reducing the collective strips and ensuring that they had a sustainable provision that will last them longer. Hence, we did not wonder to hear that our prevalence rate has increased because our people are getting the treatment they need to suppress the virus in their bodies and are living a long and healthy life. Chairperson, allow me to conclude my debate by borrowing the words of wisdom from Simon Sinek, who is an English-born American author and inspirational speaker on business leadership, who once said, open quote, "Changing the world's taken more than everything any one person knows, but not more than we know together," close quote, which means together we can do more. Let us all renew our commitment to a united action. Let us honor the lives of those who departed here on earth due to the human virus HIV. Let's all celebrate the progress made and work tirelessly to ensure a future free of HIV. Together we are stronger, and together we will succeed. We know that only by working collaboratively with communities who are most affected, the researchers and healthcare providers and other partners, can our government be successful in ending the pandemic and ensuring a sustainable response to HIV. I believe that we can all play our part, both as individual and as a collective, and we can have an HIV-free generation by 2030. The progress made so far says it and all, and is possible. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Manzini, and for the heroic effort the Mpumalanga province is undertaking to fight the scourge. I think that all of us is our task to ensure that we were part of the crusade against the scourge. So the next honorable member to come on the platform is Honorable Peter from the Eastern Cape. He has 5 minutes. Over to you, sir. Honorable Peter. Honorable Peter. Honorable Peter is not responding. So we'll take the next speaker on the platform, who's going to be Councillor Rabi from Sarga. He has 10 minutes to raise his issues.
Good afternoon, honourable members of the House. My name is Dr. Annalie Rabi. I represent Salga this afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity and greetings from SALGA, or protocol observed. The South African local government organization joined the nation and the global community in commemorating World AIDS Day on Sunday, 1st December 2024. The annual observance served as a powerful reminder of the need to remain steadfast in preventing new HIV infections, providing essential services to those living with HIV, and upholding human rights globally. This year marked the 37th commemoration of World AIDS Day, first observed on 1st December 1988 under the theme Equal Rights, Equal Care. Honourable Chairperson, SALGA acknowledges that government working together with civil society organisations, private sector and developmental partners have made progress in fighting the response against HIV, particularly in scaling up treatment and in getting all the sectors to rally behind the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on HIV, TB and STI. Despite the progress made in managing the scourge of HIV and AIDS, according to the Tembisa model, South Africa still accounts for 20% of global new HIV infections and 20% of people living with HIV worldwide. HIV prevalence has plateaued at 12.6% for the past 5 years. Yet, the total number of people living with HIV, as we've heard earlier, is reaching approximately 8 million. Honourable members, given the situation, this collective action and individual responsibilities to sustain and accelerate the fight against HIV and AIDS is not a matter for debate. It is the how about part which we should deliberate and agree upon. Ladies and gentlemen, collectively, we need to fight against HIV and AIDS the same way we've been fighting for human rights over the years, as combating HIV and AIDS is intrinsically linked to the protection of human rights. Discriminatory laws, policies, and practices remain barriers to access to prevention, testing, treatment, and care. We therefore collectively need to do away with those laws. Upholding human rights is critical for achieving an inclusive and effective HIV response. Honourable members, as respective institutions, we can also play our role in sustaining and accelerating the fight against HIV and AIDS in line with our respective mandates. SALGA, representing organised municipalities in South Africa, did so with the understanding that municipalities play a critical role in addressing HIV, TB and STIs. Yet, we face challenges such as unclear roles, capacity gaps and funding shortages. The interventions that we believe are necessary are the following, but not necessarily exhaustive. On clarifying roles and responsibilities of municipalities, we've developed a position paper which has become our lobbying tool to strengthen local government responses to HIV, TB, and STIs. On capacity building, we have partnered with SANAC to host training sessions for councillors and municipal officials across all provinces. To advocate for leadership, response, and coordination at local government level, we are encouraging municipalities to establish AIDS councils in the offices of the mayors. To ensure the integration of HIV and AIDS in municipal planning, we are assessing the inclusion thereof in the municipal IDPs. To ensure knowledge and information sharing, we continue to provide platforms for sharing of best practices amongst municipalities. Honourable delegates, SALGA is of the firm view that with more resource allocation, municipalities can do more in facilitating collective action and promoting individual responsibilities to sustain and accelerate the fight. I'm ending off by saying ending AIDS requires that we reach and engage everyone who is living with it, who is at risk for or who is affected by HIV, especially people who have been most excluded and marginalized. With human rights at the center, with communities in the lead, with the world can sustain the gains we have achieved, fast track the response to HIV and AIDS, and eventually end AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable. Thank you, Councillor Rabi, for the input on SALGA, what it does to fight this scourge of HIV and AIDS. I think that this needs the total effort from all the members of the society. The next member who's going to be on the platform is Honorable Ratsilane, the MEC for Social Development and Welfare in Mpompo. Over to you, ma'am. You have 10 minutes. MEC Ratsilane. MEC Ratsilane. Nowhere to be found.
It's Mashiru, Chair, not Ratsilani.
Honorable Mashiru.
Mashiru.
Honorable
Mashiru.
Honorable Mashiru.
Yes, maybe
All
that's
right.
why she's
Over
not
to you.
responding.
On my paper. All right, thank you. You can take over, sis. You are given the platform. Honorable MEC, you are given the platform.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Honorable Dieketseng Mashiru, the MEC for Health in Limpopo. Let me take this opportunity and greet you, Honorable Chairperson, members of the NCOP, Honorable Minister of Health, MECs present here on the platform, fellow South Africans. It is an honor to participate in this crucial debate following the Deputy President's powerful address on World AIDS Day. Deputy President Mashadile's speech reaffirmed the significant strides South Africa has made in its response to HIV and AIDS. As Limpopo, we align with the Deputy President's vision of an AIDS-free generation by 2030 and commend his leadership of SANEC in promoting a multi-sectoral, inclusive and innovative approach to achieving this goal. The theme of this year's commemoration, Equal Rights, Equal Care, is central to Limpopo's health agenda. In our province, we are hard at work encouraging citizens to get their health checked, screened, and tested for HIV and TB, services which are freely available at our health facilities. We are also educating communities about pre-exposure prophylaxis as an additional HIV prevention option. These efforts aim to ensure that everyone, regardless of their location or socio-economic status, has access to the tools needed to protect their health and well-being. Honorable Chairperson, as the Deputy President highlighted, the NHI represents a transformative step towards equitable healthcare. In Limpopo, we are committed to implementing these principles to address historical disparities and improve service delivery. However, we also recognize that this requires strengthening our healthcare infrastructure and human resource to meet the growing demand. In this province, adolescent girls and young women remain disproportionately affected by HIV. As the Deputy President noted, they are vulnerable stems from various structures and social factors. To combat this, we are intensifying efforts to implement targeted interventions like Zikhala Kanjani Youth HIV Prevention Strategy, while ensuring that young men are also engaged in programs that promote gender equality and healthy relationships. Community involvement is a cornerstone of a sustainable HIV response. In this province, traditional leaders, religious institutions, and civic society organizations play a critical role in reducing stigma and encouraging health-seeking behavior. We are working tirelessly to empower these groups to drive locally tailored responses and ensure that no one is left behind. Honorable Chair, the Deputy President's emphasis on leveraging technology resonates deeply with our efforts in Limpopo. Initiatives like BeWise app and the #ForeverWena campaign are powerful tools that need to be scaled to reach rural communities. Addressing the digital divide will be critical for ensuring that youth in all corners of our province can access life-saving information and support. Despite programs, the twin burdens of HIV and TB remains significant challenges. In Limpopo, mining communities and informal settlements bear the brunt of these epidemics. We are committed to scaling up mobile clinics, community outreach programs, and awareness campaigns to address these challenges comprehensively. Honorable members, the fight against HIV, TB, and STI is not the government's responsibility alone. It is a collective endeavor. We call on everyone, community leaders, religious organizations, civil society, and businesses to join hands in encouraging citizens to know their HIV status and adhere to treatment and adopt preventative measures like PrEP. As Limpopo, we align fully with the Deputy President's call to find and link 1.1 million people to HIV treatment by December 2025. We urge all stakeholders to work together to achieve this target and ensure that the UNAIDS 959595 goals are met. As I conclude, Chairperson, we have a long road ahead, but with unity, innovation, and commitment, we can achieve an AIDS-free South Africa. Limpopo is fully committed to playing its part in realizing this vision. Together, let us ensure that equal rights translate to equal care and a healthier future for all our people. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mashiko, for your input. I'm very sorry that there was a glitch. I was using the outdated speakers list. I see the updated one, the updated has got your name, but it did not in any way reduce or belittle the input you've made. So the next person who's come to the platform is Honorable Sibande from Mpumalanga. You've got 12 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson, to give me this opportunity to also contribute in this so important debate. Although HIV and AIDS undiscriminatorily affects all members of the society despite their geographic location, race, gender, and socio-economic status, particular demographics remain disproportionately affected, including women, sex workers, drugs users, and members of the LGBTQIA community. The heightened vulnerabilities of these groups signify the necessity to strengthen targeted programs which addresses the unique health needs and challenges which have maintained such high HIV prevalences. Prioritizing targeted programs is an integral part of ensuring that we create sustainable system towards ending HIV, which is global. In this regard, we applaud the work of the government under the leadership of the African National Congress, which has built one of the world's largest antiretroviral program, which supports about 5.5 million people living with HIV. This program has transformed the perception of HIV and enabled millions of South Africans to live healthier and longer live because of the program. Noting that there are structurally socio-economic barriers which hinder people's access to healthcare facilities, we are encouraged by the progress made in expanding access to self-test kits, which empower people to take ownership of their health and improve people's awareness of their status. Such interventions play a pivotal role in early detection, which enables people to start antiretroviral therapy sooner and prevent the progression of the disease and improve outcome. Starting antiretroviral therapy early, its adherence is one of the critical components of ending HIV because it reduces a person's viral load and prevents transmissions to others. Furthermore, early detection empowers people to make responsibilities-informed decisions and positively contributes to the people adopting healthier lifestyles and choosing safer and appropriate sexual practices. In this regard, we must, as a society, shift towards strengthening educational and awareness program to end stigma and discrimination as they continue to act as barriers for key groups to assessing healthy care and seeking the care they require. Chairperson, Honorable Mpongose, Chirwa Mpongose, I wanted maybe to challenge something. I will borrow some words of wisdom, open quotes, which says, a frog never knows the importance of water till the river runs dry. Those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities, close quote. I think the member failed to tell the people of South Africa how destructive is EFF during debate votes, which are intending to address all the issues. She referring to the ANC. And then another words of wisdom, open quotes, even chase cars, they can't drive. They can't be the African National Congress. They can't be. Honorable member, I wanted to indicate to you that I think the member is suffering from the verbal diarrhea. The best defense, a close quote, the best defense against HIV is prevention, and it can only succeed if there is improved access through prevention. We prevent or reduce incidents and addresses underlying issues and interconnected issues. These issues are also cost-effective, reducing the financial burden of the economic system. Prevention shifts us to a proactive approach, breaking the cycle of infections and ensuring long-term improved healthy outcomes. In addition to the above mentioned, it is also important as part of the prevention to have age-appropriate interventions for all members of the society and provide educational program as creating an inclusive and sustainable environment to combat HIV and AIDS. Having tailored programs ensured that information is packaged and delivered in an accessible and appealing manner to the demographics and ensures they resonate and has a lasting impact. For instance, peer education and youth zone play an important role in enriching young people in a relatively manner and encourage positive behavioral and lifestyle choices. They provide a safe space for active interaction with no judgment, learning and empowerment. Encourage them to engage on issues about healthy relationship, safe sexual practices, and active rights. They equip young people with the resources to make informed decisions about their sexual life and productive system. These spaces help build trust and make it easier for young people to engage, seek help, and actively participate in taking care of their well-beings. Furthermore, in reducing the barriers which hinder access to healthcare, the role of mobile clinics needs to be elevated in improving access to healthcare services, particularly for all risk groups. For example, mobile clinics can play a pivotal role in addressing the health needs of sex workers who face vulnerabilities in their line of work, considering constrained in working conditions to go to healthcare facilities. These interventions can also help reduce stigma and discrimination faced by these groups when accessing care, which are harmful and discouraging. These mobile clinics ought to be stationed near their areas of work, ensuring easy access to critical services such as HIV and AIDS testing, sexually transmitted infection, STI screenings, contraceptives, and prevention measures. Also, the Mom Connect app has revolutionized and improved health outcome prevention and reduced support in the prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV since it is launched in 2014. The Mom Connect app has supported about 5 million mothers utilizing public antenna services registered on the Mom Connect platform in over 95% of public health facilities. The Mom app sent free maternal healthy messaging via SMS and WhatsApp to pregnant women and new mothers who received pregnancy-related information until baby is 2. In addition to the emotional support to the mothers provided by the app, it is also provides valuable material health benefits and includes features which include reminders for clinic visits, which are vital for the well-being of both mother and child. The African National Congress remain resolved to win this long-standing battle against HIV and AIDS. We are resolved to build on our nation's democratic gains by investing in best practices and availing resources to continue to make inroads to improve healthy outcome. The intervention executed and resources availed are the testament to the not only this government's prioritizing of HIV, but also to saving lives, improving healthy outcome and people's quality of life, ultimately ending HIV. In conclusion, HIV does not exist in isolation, but the success of beating it is intricately dependent on the abilities of effectively address the structural issues which increase the risk of exposure and limit access to the healthcare. Ours is to strive to ensure that all South Africans have equal access to healthy healthcare. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibande. We cannot agree more with you that prevention is better than cure. So the next person on the platform is Honorable MEC for Health from Northwest, Honorable Lihari, and my co-chairperson, Honorable Rada, will take over from there. Over to you, Honorable Lihari. MEC for Health in Northwest.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Lolahari, MEC for Health Northwest. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Health, fellow MECs from different provinces.
MEC, I see your bandwidth is low. It might be a good idea to turn your video off before you start. Perfect. Just your microphone on and then please continue.
Thank you. World AIDS Day is commemorated annually on the 1st of December to raise awareness about the status of the epidemic with a view to encourage HIV prevention, treatment and care, and to demonstrate international solidarity in the face of the pandemic. This year, the Honorable Minister graced us with his presence in the Northwest when he officially announced the theme for World AIDS Day 2024 that raised us, quote, equal rights, equal care, unquote. We presently stand at a critical juncture in the global fight against HIV and AIDS. The question we must ask ourselves is how to sustain and accelerate progress in this battle. While both collective action and individual responsibility play crucial roles in achieving this goal, their interplay is key. On one hand, collective action through government, international organizations, healthcare systems, and communities has led to major strides in prevention, treatment, and education. On the other, individual responsibility remains a fundamental aspect of both prevention and care. In this debate, we will explore how these two forces complement one another and how they can work in tandem to ensure a world free from the devastation of HIV and AIDS. Honorable members, collective action and individual responsibility are both key to sustain and accelerating the fight against HIV and AIDS. On structural interventions and global coordination, HIV and AIDS cannot be fought effectively on an individual basis alone. The virus thrives in environments where healthcare infrastructure is weak, stigma runs high, and access to treatment is limited. Therefore, collective action is essential for addressing this. Systemic challenges. Governments must enact policies that promote access to healthcare, provide adequate funding for research and treatment, and work towards universal healthcare coverage. Global coordination through organizations such as the World Health Organization and AIDS is necessary to harmonize efforts across borders. The global community must continue to push for affordable HIV treatment, vaccine development, and support for people with HIV and AIDS, especially in low-income and marginalized communities. On overcoming stigma and empowering individuals. In many regions, stigma surrounding HIV and AIDS remains a significant barrier to both prevention and care. By taking individual responsibility to seek education, engage in open conversations, and challenge social taboos, we can dismantle harmful stereotypes and reduce discrimination against people living with HIV. This empowerment helps foster a more supportive and open society where individuals feel comfortable seeking help without fear of judgment. When individuals take responsibility for their own health, they also become advocates within their families and communities. This can create a ripple effect where personal action drives broader social change and contribute to more inclusive society. While it is unenable that individual responsibility plays a role in preventing HIV transmissions, we cannot ignore the broader societal structures that enable or hinder access to prevention and care. Collective action provides the infrastructure, funding, and policy support necessary for individuals to make informed choices and have access to resources that support their health. Without this foundation, individual responsibility can only go so far. However, honorable members, focusing solely on collective action without emphasizing individual responsibility, risks creating an environment where people are overly reliant on external system and fail to take proactive measures in their own lives. We need to empower individuals to act responsibly, ensuring that collective actions does not become a crutch, but rather a complement to personal actions. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, both collective action and individual responsibility are indissoluble in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Collective action provides the necessary structural support, while individual responsibility ensures that the public health initiatives are effective and sustainable. To truly accelerate the fight against HIV and AIDS, we must embrace both. The global community must continue to invest in education, treatment, and policies, while individuals must take ownership of their health and contribute to destigmatizing the disease. Only through this dual approach can we hope to achieve an AIDS-free world. Moreover, let us continue to wear our red ribbons as a significant and powerful strategy to combat the discrimination associated with AIDS, HIV and AIDS. We should also guard against the stigmatization of people affected and infected by the disease. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, MEC Lahari. MEC Lahari is the Health MEC from the Northwest Province. Honourable members, opportunity now passes to Honourable Breert to continue the debate on behalf of the Free State Province and the Freedom Front Plus. Honourable Breert.
Thank you, House Chair. Linking to today's debate, World AIDS Day 2024's theme is collective action to sustain and accelerate HIV progress. This underscores the necessity of working together to build on decades of progress, from advancements in treatment and prevention to reducing stigma and improving care. Strides have been significant, but the work is far from over. This year's theme reminds us that the collaboration at all levels is vital in achieving the ultimate goal, ending the HIV epidemic. Globally, over 39 million people are living with HIV, and according to estimates from Tembisa, a mathematical model of HIV in South Africa, around 8 million people in South Africa were living with HIV in 2023. With it still being 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, the connection between GBV and HIV ultimately gets made. The ANC's public commitment to eradicate gender-based violence and to protect women stands in stark contrast to the current reality of HIV stats in South Africa. According to findings released in 2019 by the Centre for Strategic and International Studies, around 60% of South Africans suffering from AIDS are women, with infections starting from as young as 15 years old. HIV thus disproportionately affects females over males in South Africa. A study done in Durban in 2019 revealed that women who had been raped had a 60% higher chance of contracting HIV due to, in part, the physical trauma to their bodies, as well as the fact that most men who rape women do not use condoms. It is a well-known fact that women in abusive relationships do not have the ability to negotiate for safe sex practices and often do not seek treatment afterwards for fear of punishment from their abusive partners. This is truly horrific, given the fact that these abused women not only have to live with the trauma of being violated for the rest of their lives, but also have to live with a lifelong and life-altering disease that will greatly impact their physical and mental well-being forever. It is even more horrific, given that in 2022-23, over 42,780 rapes were recorded. And thanks to data from rape crisis centers and shelters, we know that as little as 1 out of every 5 women who experience sexual abuse actually reported to the authorities, meaning that we will never know just how many women in South Africa contract HIV and AIDS due to rape and gender-based violence. This is but one very severe reason why we need to improve our fight against GBV and have it eradicated from our society as soon as possible. Individuals have a responsibility when it comes to the eradication of HIV and AIDS by educating themselves and others, by seeking early treatment even if infected, and supporting community initiatives. HIV and AIDS support groups are extremely small and underfunded, and more needs to be done to create greater support networks. More also needs to be done to assist rape centers with some much needed help. Too many clinics report that they have had to close their doors to victims of this disease due to budget constraints and a lack of resources. But collective action is also required to turn the tide on HIV. And we need to do the following: strengthen public education campaigns, promote widespread access to testing and treatment, thus ensuring HIV testing and antiretroviral therapy are easily accessible, affordable, and available to everyone, especially in rural and underserved areas. Support community health programs to strengthen community-based programs that offer HIV prevention, counseling, and support services to encourage widespread participation and trust. To strengthen prevention of mother-to-child transmission programs by expanding access to prenatal care and ART for pregnant women living with HIV. Collaborate with media platforms, strengthen research and innovation, whereby you encourage investment in research for HIV vaccines, cure initiatives, and improve treatment options to advance long-term solutions, and to monitor and evaluate progress. We must establish systems to regularly track and assess the effectiveness of HIV prevention and treatment programs, ensuring data-driven adjustments and continuous improvement. This will ensure we win the fight against HIV and AIDS. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable. Honourable members, we now call on Honourable Brits to take the debate further. Honourable Brits from the Eastern Cape.
Dankie, achtbare voorsitter. Before me is a mirror. Before me is a mirror beside my bed, away from the sun, burning brightly outside the windows blinds in my darksome room. For a moment, before the mirror, I stand to see the face of the victim, whose result returned a death sentence after a test, and another test, and yet another. But they kept coming back, one and the same, like the torrent of tears that kept returning to your eyes when heart remains wet with worries. Honourable Chair, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, these are the words of Senator Ahenyen, a Nigerian poet and writer, quoted from his poem, Stranger in the Mirror of My Life. A fitting contribution to this year's theme, Take the Right Path, My Health, My Right. As leaders, we are called upon to champion the fundamental right to health. Together, we must confront the inequalities that hinder our journey toward accessible, rights-based healthcare that empowers those affected by HIV/AIDS to live vibrant and fulfilling lives. According to the Human Science Research Council survey into South Africa's HIV epidemic disparities, South Africa has made significant progress towards the UNAIDS 95 targets. We came a long way from the days of onions and garlic as cures for AIDS. Honourable Ngobo, your leader believed and advocated cold showers as AIDS cure. Maybe rethink showcasing his ideas as examples of best practice. South Africa continues to have a high prevalence of HIV among all age groups. Honourable Minister, about 8.4 million people, or 13.7% of the population, live with HIV, one of the highest in the world. According to the Health and Aging in Africa study, or HALSA, as it is commonly known, this is a pandemic. The HSRC research further indicates that gaps remain addressing the HIV epidemic. Among people 15 years and older, the impact of the HIV epidemic is unequal across geographical regions and populations, particularly affecting Black South Africans, women, and young people. HIV prevalence also varies geographically. This situation started under previous administrations and continues until today. Minister, if you are serious in reaching the UNAIDS 95 targets by 2025, much more must be done. Basic healthcare is failing ordinary South Africans. Reports of patients unable to receive their ART medication from state institutions remain a constant. According to the Holzer study, most HIV prevention and treatment programs or policies in South Africa remain focused on teenagers and young adults. A growing group of middle-aged and older adults with HIV who are at high risk are still left behind. And neither the Minister nor other speakers referred to this fact and provided no proposals to address this specific problem. Honourable Finis, notwithstanding the Department of Health's annual budget, South Africans, especially in rural areas, are still not receiving the constant care, ART medication, ART treatment, and HIV/AIDS awareness they require and deserve. If this systemic and institutional neglect is not addressed, the inequality in healthcare will remain. In respect of HIV/AIDS, this inequality is largely self-inflicted. Corruption, useless and fruitful expenses, and plain maladministration within health departments contributing to valuable funds being spent irrationally and irresponsibly. Responsible spending of the health budget is required to ensure the required health care to HIV and AIDS patients and people in need thereof. Before considering the NHI, this sorry state of affairs must be addressed in our present healthcare system. Honourable Kapa, there are so much more that your department can do. You can't keep on doing the same things over and over again and expect a different outcome. In this regard, we have to commend the inputs from SALGA. Further methods to strengthen the ailing healthcare system are support to national programs that increase laboratory diagnostical quality and public laboratory services through accreditation. It will also help with the management of results and ensure that facilities can access information systems. This will allow timely results delivery and ensure that state facilities can access laboratory information systems, property documentation in patient charts, and health information management systems. A rights-based approach, honourable members, is not just a strategy. It is not grandstanding with statistics or misplaced politics, Honourable Sibande. It is a commitment to uphold dignity, health and autonomy of every individual, especially those with vulnerabilities and who are most at risk. We must boldly tackle the stigma and discrimination that stand as barriers to accessing prevention, treatment and care. But more importantly, honourable members, may we never forget that people are at the very heart of this International AIDS Day. I therefore conclude, Honourable Chair, in the words of Senator Ahenyen. This stranger is not me. No, not me. She's just a shadow. The shadow of someone too locked up in a closet to open up to me. She's a stranger too steeped in shame to stand up to herself and say, I am HIV positive. How beautiful life could be when I open the windows blinds in my heart and let the rays of the sun overshadow the stranger, the mirror of my life. I thank you. Inkosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brits, using the quoted speech to extend your time a little bit. But nonetheless, I thought it was important to get it in. So thank you for those inputs. Honourable members, the penultimate speaker in the debate this afternoon is the Honourable Mokwele. Honorable Makwele, African National Congress.
No, thanks very much, House Chairperson. Maybe if you can allow me to switch off my video because of the network connectivity. If you allow me so that I'm able to. Thanks very much, House Chair. House Chair, let me take this opportunity to thank you for affording me the opportunity. Honorable members, Patlomperi in the platform. Also, I'm a special to Patlomperi donor. Honorable House Chair, without much ado, the COVID-19 period was not only the reminder of the interconnectedness of the global community and how health threats have a ripple effect on other nations across the globe, but also express many vulnerability in our global health system, which underscores the significance of the strengthening international partnership in combating any pandemic. In this regard, HIV remains one of the most persistent global health threats, which despite credible advancement in treatment options and improved health outcome, continue to devastating affect communities, claim lives, and demand socio-economic resources from constrained nations, which exacerbates inequality. As of 2023, House Chair, UNAIDS reported that over 39 million people globally were living with HIV. This is large and alarming number, considering that HIV has severe health implications and is preventable, and that the realization of HIV, that the realization of HIV-free society is possible. The narrative of HIV has progressively changed over the decades with the advancement of research and improved intervention from that of deadly disease to that of manageable, and now we must shift our energy to categorize and beatable disease. House Chair, similar to COVID-19 period, we are aware that any health threats disproportionately affect low and middle class nations. This is due to the nation's precocious economic standing, poor health infrastructure, access to education, and other social inequality. The continuous disappropriation impact of HIV undermines the effort and progress made in ending HIV, and thus call the equitable access to resources to assist all nations, especially those in low and middle income countries, to meet their needs of treatment and prevention measures to end the spread of HIV and improve health outcomes. Honorable members, achieving this goal required global cooperation, as the minister indicated. It required global cooperation, knowledge, and resource sharing. Through this, we can make incredible strides to ensure that we have effective and sustainable strategy for HIV. But this requires a critical acknowledgement and redress of the barriers confronting unequal access to financial resources and treatment in some countries. This creates fractures. This creates fractures and hierarchization of human lives, where some ability to beat the disease is dependent on their geographical location and socio-economic standing. This goes global human rights standard. This is why we must all support the call for universal health coverage for all, Honorable Minister. Meaning that all of us, we must support the NHI for everywhere. Health, honorable members, is not a luxury. It should thus be treated as a fundamental human right. Numerous institutions have continued to play an imperative role in coordination and ensuring cooperation between nations to ensure that there is a meaningful progress towards ending HIV. For example, UNAIDS has challenged to an end HIV/AIDS through the 95, which aim at achieving 95% awareness of HIV status. Like you said, Minister, that indeed the nation, we must support you in making sure that we search, especially men who are hiding their status. Well, I want to assure all South Africans that as Limpopo, Remichel Zoro, Kernaba Matomo, will make sure that we will support you, Minister, in making sure that all men come out and make sure that they know their status in order to make sure that we end this. 95 treatment coverage and 95 treatment viral suspension amongst those on treatment, and saving as a roadmap for progress. This initiative has been instrumental in ensuring global accountability, saving millions of lives, and providing a foundation of sustained progress. Fellow South Africans, to this end, global cooperation has proven instrumental in combating HIV with global progress towards the 95 HIV testing treatment target by 2023, set at 86% of people living with HIV knew their status. 89% of people who knew their status were accessing treatment, and 93% of people accessing treatment were virally suppressed, which is imperative in preventing HIV transmission due to undetectable, untransmittable, which means that a state where personal living with HIV cannot transmit HIV to someone else. This progress is indicative of how serious the global community is about realizing HIV-free future. Honorable members, furthermore, the support of Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria in funding multiple countries exemplify how collective effort play a tremendous role in providing life-saving treatment to those in need and eliminating the financial constraints which limit access to care, as well as strengthen health system and reduce new infection. This has translated to about 30.7 million people worldwide accessing antiviral therapy, and significant increase from 7.7 million in 2010. This should also be noted in the wake of global economic crisis and the strain in support of this program, which impresses on the agency to fast track collaboration in sharing resources, strategy, expertise in combating this disease. Fellow South Africans, this support and collaborative effort are illustrative of how no nation can tackle HIV alone. We must resolve to build on existing progress to ensure that we expand research, access to treatment, and the significance of pooling in global funds and resources to achieve the end of HIV/AIDS. There has been significant progress made through the introduction of injectable pre-exposure prophylaxis, which provides long-term protection and has revolutionized and preventative care space. In this regard, countries such as South Africa continue to make a significant strides in implementing injectable PEP to prevent HIV transmission. House Chair, this underscores the necessity to collaborate investment in research and development to continue to make groundbreaking innovation and scientific advancement. However, like many nations, South Africa faces several challenges in expanding access due to the high cost which limit accessibility. Such matters need urgent attention and ensure that the most vulnerable nations improve conditions to enable greater access. Administrating such programs require resilient health infrastructure, which is equipped to meet people health demands, along with providing robust monitoring and support program. Many countries also struggle with the necessary infrastructure and trained personnel to deliver this service effectively. This does not only apply to South Africa, honorable members. Also, other countries are struggling. On the continent, it is imperative to continue to strengthen coordination through the African Union and South African Development Community, which play a critical part in responding to HIV and addressing unique challenges posed by the epidemic in the continent and region, respectively. To this end, the African Union, the African Union and the AU framework to end the AIDS, TB, and eliminate malaria in Africa by 2030 and South Africa and SADC HIV strategic frameworks serve as a critical blueprint which emphasize the need for collective action to address social, cultural, and economic barriers such as stigma, like I had one honorable member indicated, and insufficient healthcare infrastructure. Fellow South African, therefore, members of parliament, in particular ourselves, have a particular important role to play in ensuring that there is a successful implementation of the National Strategic Plan on HIV, TB, STI, as well as ensuring that South Africa align with key continental and global agreement on HIV. Parliament's oversight role, in particular the NCOP. Parliament oversight role is critical in holding government officials accountable to commitment and ensuring that adequate resources are allocated and utilized optimally. The success of intervention cannot be seen through reports and stats, but should be felt on the ground through changes in living conditions and people improve quality of life. Like we can see, we must maximum leveraging on opportunities such as through forums such as the Pan-African Parliament, where South Africa can continue to strengthen contribution to dialogue on the best practices and regional strategies, emphasizing the importance of strong governance in addressing health crisis and ensuring that the voice of affected communities are heard in policy discussion, in particular on this platform, honorable members. But what are we saying to make sure that we are indeed wanted to fight this pandemic? Honorable members, this responsibility is extended to all members of society from the private sector, civil sector, community and stakeholders such as South African National AIDS Council to ensure that we join forces in addressing this scourge. Government cannot do it alone. The minister, you were very loud to say that all of us, we must join hands. This is a societal issue which requires all of us to come together and play our part. Active stakeholder engagement enables the holistic approach to monitoring and addressing barriers such as stigma, discrimination, inequality in healthcare, and access to pivotal driving accountability and ensure that South African fulfill its national, continental, and global commitment in fight against HIV. Honorable members, it should be in our collective interest to ensure that all international human rights are observed and valued. We must be concerned and take action to address the global health system vulnerability which are disproportionately spread, particularly in Africa, in African continent, which impact the progress of eliminating HIV, as the continent is said to account for nearly 2/3 of the global HIV burden, underscoring the critical need for continued prevention treatment effort across the continent. We must build on existing progress to ensure that we leave no no one behind, and continue to build on HIV financing program in resource limiting setting and provide technical and financial support to scale up life-saving treatment and prevention measures. By embracing global cooperation, we must move much closer to achieve the UNAIDS 95 targets and ultimately eradicating HIV and public health threat by 2030. We must protect our democratic gains. I heard somebody, he was saying that the ANC-led government is not protecting our democratic gains. We all know that as an ANC, we know what we are doing because our people know that the African National Congress is the only organization that know the needs and aspirations of our people. This will not happen by chance, but it will require deliberate effort, coordinating strategy, improving equitable distribution, resources, and addressing disparity in treatment, access towards creating a more cooperative and effective response towards HIV. As I conclude, House Chair, I've concluded. I just want to caution. I heard one member is Honorable Ngob of another party, which I don't want to mention. He was emulating the former president, which he didn't know. All what was having was the policy of the African National Congress. Honorable members, fellow South African, working together, we can crack this pandemic. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokwele. Honourable members, as the debate draws to an end, I would like to call the Minister of Health, Minister Aaron Motsoaledi, back to the podium to close the debate for us today. Honourable Motsoaledi.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Thank you for a very powerful debate that shows what is the work at hand. In the year 2000, a body called SANAC was formed, South African National AIDS Council. SANAC gave birth to the highest level of multi-sectoral partnership, a body to fight HIV and AIDS, TB, and sexually transmitted diseases. Inside SANAC, you find government, you find civil society, you find private sector, you find labor, all of them working in tandem with each other, not against each other. And that's how the HIV and AIDS was tamed. SANAC was formed so that the fight against HIV/AIDS does not become a competition between individuals fighting for superiority, or worse, a beauty contest of political parties. It was rather formed to be a well-oiled machinery that crushes the might of HIV/AIDS pandemic. And up to so far, we can see the results. There is a graph which I always want people to see, and I show it to them every time I'm presenting about NHI when people don't understand it, to show that when you treat people equally, regardless of their socioeconomic status, you get results. That graph shows the highest height of maternal mortality in 2010, just before we started the world's biggest HIV/AIDS counseling and testing. It shows how high maternal mortality was and how it dramatically dropped when we started working with each other, treating everybody with antiretroviral drugs wherever they are diagnosed HIV positive, without discrimination as to sex, as to color, as to ethnicity, as to social status, but just treating people. And this is what we want to do. Honorable members, by 2030, we want to be speaking a different language. One of the things that we must never allow is to believe that we are living with HIV/AIDS, things are balanced, and we are going to go on like that forever. That should never be allowed. We must reach a situation where the word elimination is on our tongues and we are working towards it. And this is within reach. And I'm very happy that most people in this debate, 99.9% of the participants see that and understand that victory is certain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for that closing, Minister Motsoaledi. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the debate, and I'd like to thank the Minister, all permanent delegates, the MECs, all special delegates, and the SALGA representatives, particularly Dr. Anneli Rabie, for availing themselves for the sitting today. Honourable delegates, that concludes the business of the day, and the House is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, House Chair.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, House Chair. Bye. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Bye-bye, Honourable Mabilo.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Thank you, Comrade Honourable Mukwili and all of you, Comrade Bande and all the ANC team you represented as well. Siyabonga.
Oh, thank you, Amanda.
Viva!
I think Mr. Mabilo was standing behind himself in that picture. I'm not sure.